Woo! What's up, y'all? Welcome. Hopefully you guys are doing well. What's up, everybody? Welcome to another honest content stream, baby. We're here. We're here. What's going on, Real? What's up, Splice? What's going on, guys? Hopefully you guys are doing well. We're going to do a Project Plus tier list based on how fucking much I like the character. So normally tier lists are kind of based on viability and stuff, but like I think a lot of people kind of forget about the history behind a lot of these characters and just how they've evolved and stuff. And we've talked about Project Plus a lot on the channel, and I kind of just want to look back at like, man, how good did they cook on the character? Like how, you know, these are mods at the end of the day, but sometimes they're completely like reinventing some of these characters, and I think I was like, you know what, I want to do this on a stream. So what's up, guys? So what's up? I hope I'm in the B tier. Hey, Roy from Fire Emblem, what's up, man? I don't think I can be much higher. Let's just get into it, man. Let's not wait. Let's just jump into it. I've been playing a lot of Marvel Rivals, bro. I could go on a whole rant about this, but if you know anything about Marvel Rivals, I'm gonna tie this to PM. Don't think I'm bringing this up for no reason. What's up, Human Shark? Hey, what's up, Nico? What's up, bro? Thank you for coming through, my man. I've been playing Marvel Rivals, bro, and the meta right now in Marvel Rivals like reminds me of like old PM, where PM had like a design philosophy back in the day, where let's just make everything fucking crazy broken and kind of just throw things at the wall. The thing is, this was probably Project M 3.0, so this was like 10 years ago. This was over 10 years ago. This was a long time ago. But essentially back in the day, people just kind of threw things at the wall, and that was basically like, that was like the meta. It was like, let's make everybody on the same level as Melee Fox, and Melee Fox is the best character in Melee, so that led to a lot of characters being fucking really broken. And I feel like Marvel Rivals kind of has a similar problem right now, where they're making a lot of things broken, and people are really mad because the bad characters can't fucking compete with the really broken characters. So when you add so many broken characters to the game, I'm tying this to PM, don't worry, but when you add so many things to the game, it makes a pretty toxic meta where the low tier characters can't really exist. And that does kind of happen in Melee too, honestly, where the low tiers are like fucking outclassed. What's up, Ivy? What's good, guys? Hey, yeah, if you guys are just coming through, link down below, and there's a Discord. Join up. I'm trying to like, look, we're trying to make an honest content cult. Big things this year. Opal, my next album this year. My next Left 4 Dead 2 campaign, Paradise of Doom. Working on that as well. For those who don't know, that's just the stuff I've been working on. And I'll keep you guys in the loop on that stuff. But I wanted to do like a Project M related stream because I kind of did that stuff in the past. And I know people, they care. What's up, Ryu? What's up, what's up, my brother? What's up, guys? Yeah, if you guys are just coming through. Honest Town, I like that. Honest Town? Yeah. I got a haircut, guys. Is it tough? Is it tough? I kind of just said, you know what, like, do what you want. I don't know. I'm okay with it. I feel like I could rock it. I usually have the bangs a little bit longer, but whatever. I need to learn. Oh, and then, bro, I normally have a beard, but I did the classic thing where, like, I shaved a little too low, and then I was like, fuck! And then I, like, punched the mirror, like in Nightcrawler, where the guy punches the mirror. Bring back the mohawk. Dude, you're a real one. I didn't really have a mohawk. It was that short, it looks like that. But I know what you mean. I actually kind of like it when it's a little bit longer and I got it down. I had it up for a long time. Gray haircut, thank you, man, bro. Yeah, anything to help me out, man. I could use that. But I was playing Marvel Rivals, and they add so many new characters. They're all, like, fucking really good. Like, the newest character they added, Elsa Bloodstone, is basically, like, 3.0, like, it feels like a 3.0 Project M character, where, like, it's just, like, you have regen, you have this, you have that, you literally have the best tool in the game, which is, like, up-close poke action. A lot of the best characters in Project M also had really stupid shit that would, you know, like Mewtwo's teleport jank that he had in 3.0, that made him really broken. Like the fact he could teleport through the stage. Like when you add things that kind of don't keep your meta grounded, that really fucks a lot of shit up. So what Project M eventually had to do was nerf a majority of the cast, which was a big thing. At the time, bro, we thought it was like, oh, this is Armageddon. I remember I was actually low-key, like, kind of complaining. Do you guys remember Project M 3.5? If you guys were around back then, if you want a little history lesson, 3.5 is when they nerfed everybody. Bro, I'm tired of this Rivals. I'm going to probably stream some Rivals, like, one day. Like, maybe I'll do a Rivals video, because I've been playing it too much, bro. I like, think of, but, like, I think of Rivals sometimes. I'm like, this reminds me of PM. This reminds me of Smash. Like, when a character becomes a little fucking broken. Like, they added Daredevil, and he was, like, insane, and he was, like... But here's the thing. They nerfed him a little bit, but he wasn't... There's more broken characters than him. They did tone him down, but the thing was... He is very specific. Daredevil is, like, very specific in Marvel Rivals. He's a dive character, which means he wants to get up close and fight and go to the backline and beat the shit out of them. But the thing is, a lot of the best backline characters can't compete with Daredevil, like Black Panther, you know? Like, similar to Project M. A lot of the best characters could not compete with Mewtwo when he can teleport through the fucking stage. When, you know, like, if you look at Brawl, look at Meta Knight, look at fucking Ice Climbers. Like, what these characters, like, basically defined a lot of the metas in these games. And if you let these things run wild, if you kind of just say, fuck it, all the broken shit, let it run wild. If you don't have a way to ground it, it will lead to some crazy metas where people are just kind of upset. And I'm trying to, like, Lord Iron Man right now in Rivals, which that means trying to get it to, like you put about 20 hours, you get, like, an icon. It really means nothing, but it's probably like a it's like, yay, I got it, I got, like, a little fucking icon. It's probably pointless, but I was like, you know, let me try to play Iron Man. Iron Man is, like, a low tier character. Like, he's basically, like, it's like maining Project M 3.0 Bowser. Like, that's, why would you play Bowser who's, like, slow and clunky? That's kind of Iron Man. He's slow, clunky, and he shoots lasers, but he has, like, nothing he can do when characters get in on him. Kind of like Bowser. Literally could fucking do nothing back in the day when people would just get in on him and combo him because he's big and fat and slow. But Project Plus came in and kind of, when that transition happened, they basically made sure to even double down on some of the things of the things that were kind of broken back in the day. You are a low tier hero. I know, bro. Iron Man is low tier. They need to buff him. That's actually what I think they should do with Marvel Rivals, is do what they did with Project M, which was they nerfed everyone in the cast and grounded them. Which even back in the day that was controversial, but you gotta do that shit, man, or else your meta is gonna be, like, crazy, which they're probably gonna do. I'm imagining if the next season of Marvel Rivals, if they don't nerf everybody, I'm gonna make a video complaining about it, even though I'm, like, kind of ass at the game. But even when you're a low kind of guy like me, like, you don't play at the big tournaments or anything, you just kind of play quick play, that it still affects quick play, believe it or not. It might be, the metas might be slightly different, but you run into that triple support poke slop team, you know, or you run into the, you know, if you play Bowser in Project M 3.0 and you go against the top tiers, you're at a disadvantage. It's kind of sad. So you got to ground the meta a little bit where it gives at least everyone a chance, and then you buff everyone accordingly. That's my 2 cents. Or you could just, you know, the mentality of, like, fuck it, everyone be broken. But that's kind of what they've done with some of these games, and it leads to some of these problems where poke is OP, healing is kind of OP. Not even kind of, it is OP. Healing and poke are super OP in Rivals right now. So you gotta ground those things. So that's where Project Plus also comes in. Let me see this. Have you seen my fish? Was it in a Discord, bro? I might have saw it. By the way, Discord down below, guys. Join up now. The Honest Town. Honest Town. Okay. Oh my god, there's multiple of me. That's how you know it's real. Healing is OP in every game Marvel makes. Is it? What other games? I'd actually like to know. It's good to have healing be good, but it's, like, too fucking good. Like, if healing was really bad and the role was pointless, then that would be a problem too. But it's too good to the point where healing is almost better than anything else. Healing is literally better than dive. Healing is better than the brawling characters that try to kill healers. At least the fighting games, that's true. Okay, so here we are. So this is kind of just me going off of vibes. S tier is like characters that like I think this isn't based on viability. This is just straight up like how did they do with this character? How did they make this character? Because a lot of these characters represent different iterations of Smash characters, and they also are like some of them are like also made from the ground up. Like if you think about it, Mewtwo was made from the ground up, Roy was made from the ground up. So you got to kind of put those in considerations. Some of these characters are like I think an easy S tier is Sonic. Everyone here I think already is gonna agree with this. Sonic was like, I don't know how to really put it, but like Sonic in Project Plus or in Brawl, that was the only version of the character that existed was Brawl Sonic. So they essentially reinvented a lot of the moves for him specifically. And I made so many videos and people like agree that Sonic is like one of those characters that is really toxic in Ultimate. I mean, he's a top tier for a reason because he just balls up and his moveset's really unoriginal. But Project M as well. So this Project M and Project Plus. I know Project Plus has kind of toned down a lot of the aspects of Sonic, but in Project M they gave him the forward air, which was from Sonic Battle. That was a great reference. They gave him a lot more aggressive moves. All around, I think this just makes him a more fun character, not only to watch, but also to play. And I think it's just like what Sonic should have been in Smash. Like S tier is like literally put these characters like were literally the versions of these characters that they should have been all along. Like this is like chef's kiss. Like I love these characters like an iconic version. It just like really kind of just put these characters on the map and like reinvented them. And that's another character that I would say. There's actually so many. I actually like the fact that they redid ZSS's model in Project Plus. I don't think you guys know, in Brawl her model is like completely ugly. She was a top tier for a minute, and also like they had to tone her down. Here, I'm just reading chat right now. Pit in S tier. He was like a rushdown, I heard. Yeah, they made him into a rushdown. Just got here, what I missed. We're talking about Project Plus. This is like a tier list based on like how much I think they were transferred over from their original game to Project M and Project Plus. How do they change them up? Wish they still had tethers. Yeah, she does have the get. Oh my god. By the way, if you guys are just coming through, Discord down below. Are we ranking these characters based off their role in their own series, or just how iconic? Definitely how iconic they are, and like kind of how they were changed, I think, is like part of that as well. And ZSS, they gave her a new model. There is actually another character that I've heard behind the scenes is going to get a new model. When they do that, like Mewtwo will probably go even higher, I imagine. But I'm also putting Mewtwo in the S tier because Project M added him from the ground up. And that trailer was like so iconic for Project M. Project M, Project Plus, like I'm going to put it all under one umbrella here, but Project M, they basically made Mewtwo and Roy, which I'm putting Roy in S tier as well. Making them from the ground up when there was no Smash 4 version of these characters. It was literally just the Melee versions. They didn't exist in Brawl, and they added all the coding needed in order to bring this stuff forward. I thought that was like really fucking cool, really iconic. Yeah, Roy from Fire Emblem S tier, yes, I agree. This was like a coding miracle, honestly, adding these two characters, and like this was like the hypest thing I think that happened ever in the Smash modding community, was adding Roy and Mewtwo. Roy's model is so ugly. I'm already in the Discord, just let you know beforehand. Yes. Are you asking why it's ugly? They're gonna redo Mewtwo's model. I saw like some drafts. Apparently they're redoing a lot of it. So, because a lot of these assets are pretty old and they're from Project M, like Project M 3.0. Now, granted, they were like changed up from there. They obviously like changed up a lot of the costumes and stuff, but apparently they're going further. I would even like Roy to be revisited, I think, because you who knows? Like ZSS looks amazing compared to like the Brawl version of that character. The fact that they recreated all of their animations instead of just porting them from Melee, yes, dude, yes. I might be confusing P Plus for Rex. Oh, okay, got you. They had a teaser for the Mewtwo model in the recent art dev stream. Yes, I saw it. It was cool. So Mewtwo could go up, you know, but like what they did, like the marketing and everything, like y'all are saying in chat, remaking all their models from scratch. Another character goes under this umbrella. This is honestly, I might put him at the top. adding Knuckles was so fucking cool, man. That was like the most iconic shit like I've ever seen. Adding, again, similar to Mewtwo and Roy, like adding a character that was basically non-existent at all in Smash lore. I mean, with Knuckles, he's 100% fan-made, but he also feels like 100% like he existed in Smash forever, you know? Like, the animations are so fine-tuned, so well-made. P+ wouldn't be the same without Knuckles. Yes, honestly, like, putting him in S is just, like, the most obvious. It's like, duh, right? Like, adding a new character is, like, actually really hard. They had a design crisis over, like, if it should have been Knuckles or Lyn. I don't know if you guys know that. They had a legit crisis on if it should be Lyn or Knuckles, and Knuckles won that I don't know if you call it a dispute, but just Knuckles had way more effort kind of put behind him a little bit behind the scenes, and he was easier to push out because of it, where Lyn had sort of a design crisis where they kind of didn't know if she should be more similar to Marth or more similar to Meta Knight, or would she be broken if she was a mixture of both. Thank God they chose Knuckles. Yeah. Who's Lyn? Lyn from Fire Emblem. So I don't know if you know, Knuckles was actually leaked as a test build sort of character. He was leaked way back in the day with Lyn from Fire Emblem. So both of those characters were shown off in like a build, and they were kind of messing around with them. They were kind of decently far in development for like what you would expect for back in the day. Like, they had work put into them. I'm not saying they were like finished at all, but they definitely were working on them. Lyn got scrapped back then because eventually Project M disbanded, and they did think about bringing Lyn back for Project Plus, but Knuckles ended up winning the I don't know how you say it. Knuckles just had more effort and more time put into him, and he looks so good. Brawlified, yeah, 100%. So Lyn is from Fire Emblem. She's the protagonist of Fire Emblem. She's an assist trophy in Brawl, so she's the Fire Emblem assist character with green hair, and that was kind of their goal. They had like Knuckles has a trophy in the game, and they wouldn't have added anyone else other than that. Yeah, honestly, bro, Lyn could, like, I don't know, maybe one day for Lyn. I don't know. I've always said that, maybe one day, but I think for the melee characters, I might put them under Umbrella. I'll put them in the A tier. A lot of these melee characters are like really well. They're well put together, and I think they like Marth, Fox, Falco, like they kind of are all under a similar umbrella. Even Sheik. I think a lot of the melee, even Falcon might be might be a little bit above them. I might put Puff slightly lower. Like, I don't hate her, but it's mainly just melee Puff, so you know, it is what it is. Like, not everyone is gonna love that version of the character. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's dog shit. Falcon is probably above them because Falcon is buffed on top of a lot of these characters. Like, he can grab ledge with his side B. A lot of people don't know that. He has, like, recovery buffs. He's actually better than the melee version. Some of these characters are actually tuned up or slightly buffed, slightly nerfed. Fox is slightly nerfed. Nothing really that crazy. It's like his laser decay is slightly different. I think his shine might have been toned down a slight bit amount. Yeah, Falco, I just think it's cool because Falco is actually one of the first characters they added to Project M. He was I don't know how you say it. He was like the first character that was like in the very first build. He was the reason why they actually wanted to make PM a thing. Like, adding wave dashing to these Brawl characters. They started with Falco. Falco was the very first one. I think Marth feels very similar to the melee version. I mean, really the only thing is he has like hitboxes on his up smash. Meta Knight D tier. You don't like Meta Knight? Meta Knight is very good in this game. And Sheik actually feels really good. Like, it's kind of a mixture between the melee version and Brawl, but like Brawl Sheik is not really that good, but she does have some similarities. But it's mainly melee Sheik, and they give her some like new chain grabbing options. They did tone some of these down in Project Plus though, but I think it's good just how well like these characters represent the melee versions of these characters. Maybe I should put Puff here if I'm going strictly on that. Puff is just like kind of more of an outlier because you know, she's lower on the tier list, and she's kind of like, it's hard to balance Puff because there's a lot of other characters that are similar to her now, and there's I've said this before, but Puff is like literally like outclassed by many of the other floaties that do what she does but better. Wario, we'll talk about later, is probably a main example of that. I guess this is kind of just my opinion. So when we get lower, I don't mean to like dog on these characters, but like maybe I could see like better, more original versions of these characters. Um, we'll get there when we get there. I don't want to like shit on P plus. Like if I put a character like low in the C or D, don't think that's me like saying I hate them or something. It's not like that. It might just be like I could expect a little bit more. DK, oh my god, yeah, I'm gonna put DK in S. Just crazy version of the character. Just like it was weird seeing DK finally be viable in a Smash game, and I believe Project M was the first meta where like DK was like actually crazy. Team Sonic is in the game as a whole, right? It's just Sonic, Tails. No, actually, no Tails. Just Knuckles. Knuckles and Sonic. I think Brawl Sheik is like getting higher on the Brawl tier list. Really. Meta Knight D tier. He lost everything in P plus. What do you mean by that? I actually think Meta Knight actually has a lot of good skins and cosmetics. Like if we even break it down atom by atom, like Meta Knight actually looks fucking good in P plus. I like a lot of his ults. DK actually just like became a lot faster and he hits like a truck, and it was really cool like seeing like that version of the character finally become good. I've always kind of been a fan of DK in my opinion. Another character, I think Ike, like literally Ike is like the coolest version of Ike I've ever seen. He can quick draw cancel. He can literally like do some of like the most insane tech I've seen a character do is like Project Plus Ike, and they basically just made it so you could jump out of quick draw. So many people have represented that in their own Smash mods. Like this is like how culturally significant this just adding an ability to cancel side B was. Yes, Bowser will be up there. Yeah, I think they should have added at least maybe one more character. But it's their mod. I feel the same way. I've always wanted Lin. They made Ike move. Yeah, he is actually a fucking demon in this game. I've always said he's like super underrated. I just like adding the quick draw thing was like so cool. So if other mods are like adding the same thing, it's because people like it so much. Another character that's similar to that is probably Lucas. Like they could have fucked up Lucas. Lucas could have been really, like if you think about it, like maybe I'll put him in the A because I know not everyone loves him. Like if you love Brawl Lucas, he's not Brawl Lucas. He's like almost like a completely different character. He's basically a spacey. But for what they did, he is like very cool. He's basically like a space animal, so he's like very technical. His magnet sends you backwards. They made Ike move. Yeah, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, that's 100% what they did. And I think honestly, if they keep pushing this stuff, if you keep like realizing that like, yeah, this type of stuff is like cool, and if it's done with like effort, like it can be kind of weird to like change a character's moveset so significantly. I think Lucario also is in a similar umbrella. Lucario is basically like a love letter to like 2D fighters, and they could have made him like really weird. And don't get me wrong, like if you liked the Brawl versions of these characters, you could definitely be turned off at first, but like once you kind of get past the changes, the character's actually really original. Bowser B tier, I'm putting Bowser in the S tier, bro. Bowser was like the one character that P plus all like gave a lot of love to. Kirby as well, S tier. Just like the ability to down B on the ground and use it as a combo tool. Bowser's fireball mechanic, which was actually going to be in Project M, and the fact that they added that, just they didn't have to do that. Like those were like the two low tier characters of Project M. Hey, what's up, Laban? What's up? What's good, man? What's up? Bowser absolutely belongs in the S tier. He shows the power of modding better a lot of characters from a cosmetic and balancing standpoint. Yes, the dry Bowser skin is iconic. I love the cowboy Kirby skin that he has. Kirby is a demon actually in Project Plus. At least like that's the best version of the character, and they like balance him effectively. He's like actually fucking annoying now, where he can combo you with his down B because he slides on the ground, and that's like a reference from his game to his actual lore. Kirby should be 2 tiers lower. Nah, dude, I stand with Kirby being the S tier. It's just like an iconic version. Like they glowed him up from Project M 3.0, 3.6 I mean, where he didn't really have as much going on and he was lower on the tier list. Bowser and Kirby were like the 2 lowest tier characters back in the day. So Project Plus like made it their kind of goal to make them better. I just like a lot of the stuff they did. Even the dry Bowser stuff in the old Project M builds, super iconic. Um, okay, I'll get to some of the hotter takes later. Over everyone in the A tier, yes. Yes, in my opinion, yeah. Dude, these characters, it's hard to, like, fuck these characters up. Especially the melee characters, it's hard to fuck them up. It's the melee versions of these characters. You have that blueprint. These characters, like, you don't have that blueprint. You have a little bit more freedom, and they kind of went not too far, but, like, kind of where you would expect them to go if they were balanced in that way. I'm going to put Ness. I'm going to get Ness out of the way. I just love Ness. A very simple but effective character change. Maybe A tier. Like, he does kind of suck with his range, but I do like everything they did. Nah, fuck it. Put him in the S tier. He's my main. I'm super biased. Like I'm thinking like, oh, I would want him a little bit better. But like I'm thinking back how they were the first ones to give a hitbox to his magnet. That was like something Smash Ultimate did. Like I brought this up in a video how that was like pretty much copied. Whether they knew it or not, I don't know if they did. But like adding a hitbox to magnet was definitely a godsend. Adding an effective projectile with less lag, which was PK Fire, like just way better to his moveset. Adding better combo conversions with down throw and back air. Yeah, he's not perfect, but I fucking love him. I'm biased too. He's my main. I put like a lot of hours in Project Plus Ness. By the way, if you guys are coming through, Discord down below. Join up. Join now. Or not. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't care. Maybe don't join. I'm gonna start saying that. I'm gonna say do not join. Do not join the Discord at all. Don't. Stay out of there. Put Lucas in S. I'm tempted. Personally, don't like P plus Lucas. That's what I mean. Not everyone is going to like him. If you like Brawl Lucas, he's not Brawl Lucas. Some of these characters are not the Brawl versions of these characters, but that's the thing. Like, sometimes these mods, like, change up characters completely, and it's like, what in the fuck? It's not even the same character anymore. I feel that way with Lucario, too, where it's like, this is not Brawl Lucario. But they did very well. Like other mods copy Brawl or P plus Lucario. Other mods like do what they did with him. Same with Lucas. Okay, I'm gonna put Ivysaur, and I think Ivysaur is also like very cool. It's like I feel the same way. Like he's either A or S. Just separating him from the Pokemon trainer and like making Ivysaur just like the healing mechanic, the solar beam stuff, all that stuff is really iconic, and they balanced Ivysaur pretty effectively in my opinion. This is another version of a character that is just like changed up a lot. I feel the same way about Squirtle, just separating them from the Pokemon trainer. I know Charizard is some people would put Charizard down here because they don't like Thunder Punch. If you like Thunder Punch, like, you might put him way higher, you know? It's just really based on your preference. I know some people are really turned off by adding Thunder Punch, but solely, like, Charizard has a lot more range, and he is, like, a very crazy character in the air. He's got a lot of fucking range. DDD and A. Okay, I'll get to DDD. They cooked with P plus Ivysaur Squirtle. I agree. Like, in general, blanketly, from Project Dem even to Project Plus, separating them from Pokemon Trainer was the move. They did that first. Smash 4 didn't do that yet. Like, they did that first. And that was, like, kind of big. Like, not a lot of people bring that up. It was, like, a big change. So, yeah, like, if you don't like Thunder Punch, that's what P Plus did. I know some people say it as, like, a weird, like, what the fuck was the point of that? Like, I get that argument, but, like, at least, like, it gives him something that's a little bit more effective every now and then. It is a little weird, I know, for giving him Thunder Punch. Some people are like, why couldn't it have been a fire type move? Or I don't know. Everyone has their own opinions on that, but I think B tier is fine. Another S tier character is Wolf. Just like another just like, yeah, they cooked with Wolf. Like I don't even like facing him. The double laser stuff is annoying, but I'm not gonna lie. Him being able to waveland out of laser was like, that's like an Ike level like quick draw mechanic. Like they cooked with that. That was like a crazy cool idea. If you want to know the truth, Wolf 100% inspired Zetaburn and Rivals of Aether. Ivysaur inspired Orcane. So a lot of these ideas in P Plus inspired other shit. Like they inspired other characters. They inspired actual media that is out there. And not a lot of people talk about that. Wolf is like straight up like kind of copied in a lot of other games. Like the ability, for those who don't know, he can wave land out of his laser, and it like made his pressure insane. Now, granted, they had to tone it down throughout the years because they had versions where his lasers were huge and slow, and it was like, what in the fuck? They had to like tweak his laser a lot to find the right movement for it. But this is like, bro, like Wolf in Brawl was like the most undercooked character I've ever fucking seen, bro. Like literally, he was last minute characters. If I'm being real, in Ultimate they had to like redefine the character a lot, and even in Ultimate they fucking cooked with like kind of making Wolf in their own way. But for Project Plus, again, all they had was Brawl, and they kind of were like, all right, let's make him like a melee spacey, obviously, very obvious way to take the character, and then make him a little bit beyond that, where he kind of is in his own bubble without being too broken. Now, I know some people say, no, he's stupid broken. He's still, like, they toned him down. I know he was, like, #1 and he was a top tier, but they nerfed him, like, here and there, and I think he's in a lot more of a healthy state. The thing with Wolf is he also gets comboed like crazy, so he's like, he has the weaknesses of a spacey. It's just, like, his neutral is fucking insane. It's like, whose neutral do you like more? I used to kind of, back in the day, I had the opinion that Wolf was just like, just fucking like, damn, he's better than Falco. But like, I realized there's like different tastes for how people want to approach it with the neutral tools. And yeah, Falco's recovery does kind of suck, but it's just like kind of more of a preference, I guess, at this point. What you kind of like and what the matchups kind of present. So they cooked with Wolf. I fucking love him. I like watching him. I'm not gonna lie. Fucking, I hate facing him in the bracket though, but yes. I gotta say some other characters they definitely cooked with was Mario. Just making him a lot better than the Melee and Brawl versions. Melee Mario was like probably the best version of the character, but he was like basically a mid-tier, so they gave him a lot of Dr. Mario stuff. They gave him a lot of aura and just like cool fucking kill moves with his forward air. They added the fire effect to his forward air, and every mod copies this at this point. I don't know why the official Smash games haven't copied that at this point. Like just adding simple little things like a fire effect on his forward air just like goes so far, bro. It goes so far. You would be surprised. Like the little not overdoing it. I'm not saying you add an effect for every move, but like the little spice of life stuff here and there on some of the more stronger KO moves makes them hit harder. Your N64 Mario, there is actually some N64 Mario stuff like sprinkled in there. They obviously removed Flood, so he has the Mario Tornado from Melee and 64. But he is like a demon at like comboing the fast followers with his up throw, which is kind of like a melee thing he had. He has a lot of Dr. Mario stuff too. He even has the skins in there, which by the way is so fucking cool. Or like, I'm not gonna lie, here, put Mario here. The more I talk about him, I'm like, yeah, I fucking love Mario in this game. Who doesn't? And it was cool seeing Mario win a major finally. I'm going to say the same for Meta Knight. I like a lot of the costumes he has in the game. They had to tone down the Brawl version, yes. And he did have some pretty stupid things that he did in the past, like, for example, his down air, like being straight from the Kirby games were like, I mean, they were trying different ideas. Not all of them always worked. They had to tone that down. It was like promoting camping. His old down air where he like stalled and folded to the ground. But I actually think he's in a decent kind of spot where like he's cool. He has a lot of oomph, his cool costumes, and they did have to kind of tone down his character overall. Pitt, you're right. I think Pitt deserves some. I'm not gonna say Pitt is like, like Pitt kind of had a design crisis because he was a top tier during Project M 3.0. I'm not putting him down here for now. I'm just like, this is where he was like viability wise when they nerfed the shit out of him in 3.5, because he was the most like used character for a period of time. And then now they're like, over time in P+, they did give him like very healthy buffs. So for that alone, like, fine, A tier, solid A tier character. You kind of had to bring Pitt, you had to take him out of the grave and revive him. Did your own version? Oh, fuck yeah, I'll check that out after. Mario won a major? Holy shit, damn. In 64. By the way, with Mario, it was before Smash 4 when he became viable. Like, Mario is a weird, he was like a weird character that was like good, but not like, he was very much a training wheels type of character where you eventually drop him to play someone more serious like Sheik, right? In Melee, you kind of a lot of the Mario mains were dropping him to play Sheik, but in this game, Sheik and Mario are on the same level, so you got to thank the balancing team for doing that. He's like crazy. I feel the same way with Meta Knight. I'm pretty content. I like Snake now. I like how they toned him down. I like how also PM like gave him a lot of stuff from Metal Gear. Really cool like references to his moveset. I'm gonna put him next to Lucas and Lucario because this is Snake with a lot of changes. He's like basically a new character as well. He's more tactical. He's more stealth based, which is like based off of the actual Metal Gear series. You could tell they didn't like the idea of Snake being a heavy weapons expert because like, while yes, in the later Metal Gear games it definitely becomes that at points, but in Twin Snakes, like the very first game where he was like kind of like that was the closest to like his original version of the character they were basing him off of in Brawl. He was more tactical. He had like his tranquilizer. Like I beat that game. He's a stealth character in that game. Like he doesn't have to pull out a bazooka and shoot the ground. So PM like redid a lot of things in his moveset, and yes, he was broken for a period of time where he would trank people and kill you at like 80, and that was annoying. Thank God they nerfed that, by the way. I'm so glad. Like I was getting like I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna have to talk about Game & Watch at some point because he's also under that umbrella. But I will say, like, I don't like facing Game & Watch. No one does. But they did. He was also like a troublemaker character, Project M 3.0 or 3.6. And they did like nerf him accordingly, where like he is still viable. That's why I'm putting him in the B tier. He's still viable. He's annoying, but if you love him, you can still play him. That's how you nerf a character. And honestly, both of them are healthy right now. Like, bro, people were saying they fell off. It's just the mains like kind of stopped playing them as much. And then when the meta picked up again, they came back. Like that's how it is. Game & Watch an S. You're gonna have to sell me on that. He's a very annoying character, but I do like him. Just like how they balanced him, I think that was good to nerf him. He was very... For those who don't know, Game & Watch back in the day spammed his down tilt over and over and over again, and everything was free. Like, it was literally like avoid everything, and then hopefully you can get a move in and, like, combo him. He was, like... Did they nerf his weight, too? Like, I remember he had trouble... No, it was bucket breaking. They took that out, right? That had to go. Do you guys remember bucket breaking in Brawl? That was a cool Game & Watch thing he had in the early days. It was kind of effective in the older Brawl meta. But he would use bucket breaking to slow himself down, and he had that in P+, and he was living much longer than he should have been. It was, like, really dumb. So I can't remember if they nerfed his weight or they took out bucket breaking. I think they took it out. What's up, Humberto? What's good, man? Snake, if Sakurai could gave him more weapons. It's not even just more weapons, it's like the correct weapons. He didn't have the correct weapons at all, man. He was very much like in his own kind of field as a heavy weapons character. Bucket breaking was good. It was too good, bro. Dishonest A tier, honest S tier. Thank you, bro. Discord down below, guys. Join or maybe don't join it. I don't know. Maybe don't join the Discord. Former best characters, one of the most iconic Melee veterans. He's popular with casuals like the plumbers. You're talking about Game & Watch? Yeah, he was very, very, very good back in the day. I'm pretty healthy with Diddy Kong. I don't really have any like strong opinions about him. The most iconic version of the character was when he had multiple bananas, but they obviously toned that down. He was like an item spammy character. He still kind of is. And if you like master that stuff, he is like a very effective character in the neutral. You know, I like him. I like seeing him around, but like I'm not like I don't want him to be too toxic because then he's just like what? There's like 7 items at once. It's like what the fuck? They nerfed my boy when P+ does that. Oh, they did. I don't really have any strong feelings on Diddy Kong. I kind of like him. I used to secondary him when he was a little too broken. He was a little too easy back in the day. I remember 3.0 where like everything linked into each other and it was like, what in the fuck is this shit? Okay. Some of these might get more controversial, but we'll get there. Doesn't mean I absolutely hate them. I think Ice Climbers, I have a similar thing with Diddy Kong. I don't have like strong feelings about them, but it's cool that they They did, like, P Plus did tone them down. They had a little bit too much like crazy shit where they would like kill you with their side Bs. But they can't wobble. But they actually they took out wobbling with them way before like the community actually banned it. So that was really funny and interesting that like P Plus took out that mechanic. They took out wobbling and they were like, fuck this shit. But like make the ice climbers a little bit more interesting outside of that. And they had like pseudo wobbles spiritually, so like they could still they could kill you with their forward air off stage and you would die. But that stuff got toned down recently in Project Plus. How is Diddy not S tier? Sell me on Diddy. How can you make ice climbers balance? I think they did a good job with that. Like it's not like they gave them something to trade for wobbling, which was like better handoffs and more effective like handoffs that led to like conversions that lead to your death. So they still sort of wobbled you even though they didn't have wobbling. It was very interesting. It was a very interesting way to balance them because, again, wobbling wasn't banned in Melee when they were making this character in Project M 3.0 and also, or yeah, I think that was the first time they were added. Was I think around then. I might be wrong, but like, I know Project Plus they had to tone down a lot of that stuff. Still, that wasn't like it was like spiritually wobbling, but not really. Like they were still killing you off of one grab because they would take you off stage and you would die. You would get fared off stage off a cliff and then you would die. It was their fare spiked you. Because they would desync, and then the other ice climber would fare you off stage. I used to main ice climbers back in the day. Man, there's different times. Yes, indeed. So I give Project Plus credit for like more recently toning them down. Oh yeah, I think Yoshi as well is another example of a P Plus character that like definitely got a lot of love. I think he used to feel really awkward back in the day. Was a very underplayed character. Now I think he's a little bit more healthier spot. I'm going to put him right here with the other kind of, like, I wouldn't say he is, like, crazy different, but he feels very different from the older versions of Yoshi that existed in those previous updates. Yoshi, essentially was, like, a very underplayed character because he was, like, a mixture of, like, some melee elements, but also some brawl and 64 elements, and that was kind of hard for people to adjust at first. And then Project Plus, they like sweetened it up a little bit, and they gave him more range, and they like toned down some of the end lag and startup. I actually fuck with Yoshi now. He's one of my secondaries in P Plus, so I like what they did. Now while Zelda is not necessarily like I'm not saying this is like a perfect version of the character. I mean she's lower tiered, but I do think she's fun. I do pocket the character. She's very fast, but she still has the flaws of Zelda where she dies very early. She's a very frail character, but she does have matchups where you think she actually can, like, you wouldn't expect this character to do stuff in certain matchups, but she can like fuck up certain characters like the fast fallers, and she has like a lot faster moves than she did in like Melee and Brawl, where she was like literally at the bottom of the tier list. That being said, though, her kind of soul of the character is still kind of mid, but I still fuck with her. She's like, maybe you could take her a different direction. I don't know, but I feel that way. Like I used to think Olimar was kind of awkward back in the day, but I've kind of adjusted to him. He's very similar to Sheik. I don't like his up B that much. I know they changed that. Like they made it a little bit better. The first versions of his up B were kind of shit. But I will play it now because they kind of figured it out. But he was more of like a spammy campy character in Brawl, and now he's more of like a grab centric like follow up character. Like he has down throw and a fair. The purple Pikmin is really strong. Like he's a more technical, aggressive character than like probably the Brawl version. But I wouldn't say he is as dominant though as the Brawl version. But he's still like very interesting. Big fan of Olimar. R triggers. Oh dude, Louis. Now do it with Yoshi. Okay, fine. Yoshi could be next to Pit, whatever. But he's still in the same tier. Like Project Plus did some things to Yoshi behind the scenes where like you got to give it credit. I think this version of Yoshi is better than like some of the older ones and the older patches, and you're seeing it in Yoshi's viability. Maybe not. Okay, fine. The melee characters are iconic, yes. But like also the reason why I put some of these characters better because they're like this. They put a lot more effort in like changing up pretty much everything in Lucas, Snake, Lucario, Ivysaur. Like these characters got like a lot of changes that are really broad, and people do like them. So I'm not saying there's anything wrong with these characters, but like they're essentially the melee versions. You just kind of follow the code, and then with Falcon, it's even they just sweeten the pot for him. Yeah. Louis is definitely broken. Yes. Okay, I might have some hotter takes here. I do like Link. I don't think there's too hot of takes. I don't have any strong opinions on him, but he's basically like melee Link, and if you like melee Link, you might put him higher. But he's just not like my character. I have played him. I've like his up B is so strong in this game, and they did like fix a lot of things of like the older versions of Link where like really dog shit recovery, but he still kind of has some of the same things where like he's really heavy and stuff. But don't get me wrong, there's some like good Links out there. I'm not just gonna like. He's just not my character necessarily, so it's hard for me to like put him super high, but like I'll put him next to Zelda. How about that? Like they're I think that's fair. Some of these other characters are like not my characters necessarily, but I'll put Wario. I actually like how they kind of his side B was a really iconic change. I'm not gonna lie. Here, fuck it, put him here. I love the side B. I love or maybe right here. Just so many stylistic changes from Wario from Brawl, because in Brawl he has the bike, and they took that out and they gave him a shoulder bash, which honestly not only is like a better reference to Wario's lore. You think S? All right, fine. I wanted to put him in the S tier, but I didn't want y'all to be like, but he's above Falcon, bro. They like many other mods. Do things that this version of Wario has, and also he's like basically a top tier character. He's like basically the Puff of this game, where he's like air camping you and fucking his moves are really annoying. But I'm not gonna lie, like they changed so many. I'm thinking about more things they changed. Didn't they change like a lot of his aerials, right? Like I think like they did quite a bit of stuff to Wario to like make him a lot more effective and not as like awkward as the Brawl version was, because the Brawl version had really choppy animations, and I remember them smoothing that stuff out and making him a lot better at just like clarity in his moves, and you can't ignore that stuff. Like the overall clarity is like a big point of like it's important for a character. Wolf was the same way, Sonic was the same way, where they added more clarity to their moves, because some of these characters have really choppy animations in Brawl, but they fixed that stuff. Wario belongs in S tier for sure. That's okay to steal from Project Plus. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, dude, it's like it's a compliment. It's a compliment to take from the goats. Like, dude, this stuff is so good. Like, why? You know what I mean? It's totally fine. HDR has a lot of this stuff, and they build off some of these characters, or they try their own thing. I don't hate some of these characters. Some of them I'm like, they could have went a little bit better of a direction, or maybe I'm just not, I don't love them. I like Peach. It's melee Peach with some Brawl stuff. I feel the same way as Olimar. I can play these characters. I can play both of them. But I wouldn't say Peach probably has the most meta success right now. But again, I'm not saying like she's bad or anything like that. I actually secondary the character every now and then. Again, I don't hate them. Just like it's basically like melee Peach with some like touch ups here and there. Like more of the Brawl effects on her animations and everything. Nothing too crazy of an opinion there, I guess. Rob, again, I don't really like Rob as a character. He's like really weird and campy and quirky, but they did change a lot of his moveset from Brawl. They made him like completely different. I still don't really like him that much, but that's just me. Like that's just me spiritually. You might like fuck with a lot of the changes they did on him and put him like up here. Like that's fine. Like his side B is completely different. Fine, put him in the bottom of B. I just don't like facing him, and I don't like he's so campy and quirky. He's really heavy, but like they changed his side B, which was like a really big thing. They made it like a burst option. His up B is also like a similar burst option. Just a lot of cool stuff that like no one really brings up all the time, and I think you'll sort of see that stuff down the road where like those sort of characters like do kind of earn their keep in the meta, in my opinion. You know what? I'm gonna give it to I'll put Pikachu in the C tier. And again, not my character, but like it is basically melee Pikachu. But I don't necessarily see the character that much. Like they're not the most common character. I just don't have the most strong opinions on Pikachu in this game. I like the costumes and like how they changed his cosmetics. Like they recently kind of made him more cell shaded, and I thought that was a cool, welcome change. It's just like I don't know. Pikachu is a lot better viability wise, I think, in other games. But not saying he's bad in this game. I mean, he's definitely like viable, but I just don't see him all the time. Maybe not the strongest version of the character, but it's not like I hate him or anything like that. I think that I feel the same way with Toon Link, with Pikachu and Toon Link. There with Toon Link, actually, you know what? I know some people might like the fire arrows. That was a pretty awesome change, actually. It's just Toon Link is not my character. I don't main Toon Link. But if we're talking about overall changes, they gave him fire arrows. His up B is actually Link's up B and then Smash 64, which was like a really cool reference. I don't think a lot of people know. His recovery is pretty bad because of that, but it's like a really neat reference to that version of the character, and I always like to point it out. It's that really awkward like spin jump thing. But the fire arrows was like really cool. It was like a young Link idea, and they gave that to Toon Link because Toon Link does have fire arrows if you think about it in Wind Waker. So there's some good ideas here, even though he's just not my character. Some of these characters, again, I might not like. Like, I don't like this version of Samus that much, but they did add a lot of stuff here. The cosmetics are pretty iconic. I just don't like Samus viability-wise. It's not really my character, but they tried a lot of stuff. I'm not saying that, like, it's bad. I'm not saying, like, there's an ice mode in here, which I know some people might be like, that's S tier, you know, ice mode is cool. But ice mode was also very bad viability-wise for a while. They did, like, make it better in P+, and that's why I'm putting her in the B tier, but, like, not everyone is going to like it, though. It does turn off some people. The cosmetics, though, are pretty fucking S tier. Like, the cosmetics for Samus are very, very cool. It's funny how Smash 4 gave them the fire arrows as a custom. Yeah, there's some like customs that are kind of ideas from P+ spiritually. What's the reason for Toon Link and B? Yeah, I said the fire arrows. Actually, like, I just don't like Toon Link as a character that much. I don't hate him, though. But, like, I do mention the positives of the fire arrows. Was a really cool change. He's just not my main, so it's hard for me to, like, put, like, this is definitely my bias a little bit with some of them. Again, with these characters, I don't hate them. It's just, like, nothing is, like, it's not like I'm reaching out, like, oh, man, Project Plus Peach, crazy. Like, I do play Peach a little bit in P+. I do play a little bit Olimar. But, like, I'm not, like, oh, man, I'm itching to play those characters, you know what I mean? Not saying it's bad. It's about how iconic, yeah, I would agree. Yeah. The thing with Samus, it's very hot and cold. Like, you're either gonna love, like, they did change her base costumes too recently in P+, and I thought that, again, I'm like, I would have put her a lot lower if this was back in the day, but, like, there is a lot of stuff here. She does have a lot of cosmetics. There's a lot of Metroid fans, but necessarily, though, her moveset is, like, kind of awkward and stuff, and it's basically because it's, like, the melee version. And the melee version is, like, a very awkward version of Samus, where I'm, like, in the later games, she's, like, a very aggressive, top-tier character, which is kind of crazy to think about, you know? But I'm not saying I hate her. I know some people would put her in the S tier for, like, what they gave to her. It's just a little bit of my own personal bias, or it's not my version of the character that I would like to play, I guess. Yeah, it's a little bit of that, but they want to represent that version. I understand that. Okay, I think these characters are in the D tier. Now, necessarily, I don't hate them. I don't hate Diddy. I don't hate Luigi. I don't hate Ganon. Some of you might be like, why is Ganon down here? I just think there's many other mods that have kind of passed the P+ version. Like adding Float was really cool, but I've seen so many other mods, and even Smash Ultimate kind of do their own things. Where, like, don't get me wrong, they added the cape, they changed his neutral B, and that stuff's cool. I love the cosmetics too. I love Pig Ganon. Shit. I just think, like, they could have went further. I'm being greedy because there's a lot of other mods that have went and taken Ganondorf in directions that I actually think are better. I'll put him in C for Pig Ganon. Pig Ganon's fucking insanely good. Ganon is goated in every day. Ganon in D tier, yeah, he's like either low C or high D. Like, I don't think he's bad. It's melee Ganon. Like, if you love melee Ganon, you might actually fuck with him. I'm not saying he's not a good character in the right hands, but I just would like if maybe, you know, he was changed further from the melee version, because the melee version of the character is the version of the character that was very rushed, if you think about it, because he was made very late in Melee's development. He was basically like the Brawl Wolf. Pig Ganon I love, yeah. Will P Plus get another tier list? Maybe. Luigi, again, is like based off the really quirky Melee version of the character, and I'm not saying he's bad. In fact, we're seeing an uprising of Luigi right now, but my favorite version of Luigi is probably not going to be P+, because he's still kind of quirky, still kind of awkward. Again, if you like him for that stuff, I'm not saying that stuff is bad or they couldn't continue with that stuff, but I would like it if his grabs weren't shit. His, like, maybe, like, his ultimate stuff in P+ would be insane, but that would be against the code of the mod, unfortunately. But yeah, it's hard to, like, again, and like Luigi's kind of a gimmicky character a lot of times, and people have definitely talked about how he has like some tough matchups. And I feel the same way with Diddy, where like I'm not like, oh, I want to play P+ Diddy, and I don't even know how to really take Diddy because he's such a weird out there character. He's also probably going to be a low tier most of the time because he's really campy, and his moveset is like very much like Waddle Dee camping at the top of the stage. Like, some people are gonna like that, and that's their jam, but that's not like how I want to, like, oh yeah, let me boot up P+ and spam side B. And granted, like, they changed DDD from the Brawl version quite a bit. I don't know, but I would rather play Luigi than DDD any day of the week, unfortunately. That's just my 2 cents. Instead of making his grab a plunger, make it so he literally cannot grab. Ooh. Kirby and S tier, let's go, my main. Yeah, I just think some of these characters like had really good cosmetic changes. Don't get me wrong, Luigi has good cosmetic changes. His Mr. L cosmetic could pull him out of this tier, you know, whatever. I love Mr. L, but it's hard for me to like really say personally like, oh, I want to play P+ Luigi so bad. You know what I mean? He's more weird and like quirky. So how do we feel about that, guys? Kirby is S+ tier. Let's go, my main. You know what? I was gonna do a short stream. I was just gonna do this and be like, fuck it. Da-da-da. But nah, I'm actually down. All this talking is making me want to play the game. So if you guys want to play some P+ or something, I'm down. By the way, is there I do want to talk about this because this is relevant. But let me just show y'all, and y'all can I'm actually gonna transition this. This feels alright. I would agree. Yeah, we can play Miko. Just let me look at some other stuff. I do want to talk about some other stuff. King DDD has Kirby 64 costume as a Z-ult. I feel like he should be at the bottom of C. Bet. By the way, join up on the Honest Town now. Now. I think I cooked. Okay. Let's go to the... Let's. Did you make your own version? Okay. Splice has his own version. Splice, you want to talk on it? What you said? Tell me in chat how. What's your opinions? We got Mewtwo in the S, yes. Mewtwo above Knuckles, damn. A lot of, yeah, I agree with most of these. Ganon in S. Look, if Ganon had more, I would like him more. If he was different from Melee Ganon, I would be, like, I actually think Ganon is the one character where, like, you have all my authority to do whatever you want with him, because he is, I know some people like Melee Dorf, I know he's iconic, but I'm not saying you take away those iconic stuff. I'm not saying you take away his fair. I'm not saying you take away, you know, like, but definitely change the smash attacks, you know? Like, I'm just thinking my ideal version of Ganon. It's like ultimate stuff. Oh, shit. Maybe ultimate sword stuff, but I guess everyone did that at some point. And he technically does have a sword in P+ as his taunt, which is basically like Warlock Punch. Yoshi sucks? No, dude. Yoshi sucked maybe back in the day, but he feels like he just feels better to play. I don't know how to describe it. He feels. Oh, really? Pikachu and D. That's really funny. You went there too. You have a very similar C and D tier to me. Do you like Zard? Oh, you have Zard in A tier. I know some people hate P plus Zard. Like some people just fucking can't stand Thunder Punch, bro. And I knew that was gonna be a controversial one. Was Charizard. Very similar. The melee characters are in the A. How is Pika the worst character in the game? Yeah, I think I know what he's trying to say. Like, Pika is kind of just like, I don't mean worse in like a bad way, but like it's just not like the most iconic version of Pikachu where it's like, oh man, I want to play Pikachu and P plus. It's many versions of Pikachu like kind of put together, and there's also some like, you know, brawl stuff in there, but it's not very. Yeah, he is a little irrelevant in my opinion. I don't know how you fix him though. He's kind of like Melee, where you have to be a very huge. In Melee, like Pikachu is like a huge specialist character, and I feel the same way with Pikachu and P plus, where like he's more of a specialist type of character. His grab range is so bad, bro. I don't want to say he's irrelevant. I rarely see him, and when I do, I'm not saying he's not. I'm not saying it's not possible for him, but like his flaws definitely kind of rung true in some matchups, like his grab range. But I don't know, maybe he needs a little bit of sauce, like just a tiny bit though, like kind of what they did with like Yoshi and P plus. They started giving him more sauce. Yeah, like with Kirby, like dude, yeah, perfect example was Kirby's combo game with the down B stuff, guys. The down B and being able to combo out of down B, that was iconic, bro. That was good. I'm so glad Kirby had a glow up. Dude, he needed that glow up. He was like bottom with Bowser. Bowser and Kirby had like the probably the most significant P plus glow ups. Like they just like flipped and they added like some original moves from their lore, like Bowser's Fireball. Made it a really, like, obviously they had to tone it down sometimes, but sometimes these things get worked out. You gotta put Ike higher, man. Ike is so fucking cool in P plus. I know Ike is S tier. I just, oh my god, giving him quick draw is fucking insane. I kind of want to play Ike just by like just talking about him. I'm just like, god damn. Essentially, this tier list is more like their glow ups, and they're known for being good in this game. Yeah, it's kind of just like how it's definitely personal. This isn't my tier list. This is Splice's. So I'm just talking with Splice. Here's mine. This is mine. It's kind of similar to Splice's. It's just kind of like based on vibes, but a little bit of cosmetics too. ZSS getting a cosmetic redux, bro. That shit was fucking. That was gas. And they're doing the same thing with Mewtwo, guys. We like Ike. Bro, Ike, I have, like, Ike and S is like, bro, it's just, like, simple but effective game design. Allowing him to jump out of Quick Draw was genius. And bro, like, here's the thing. It could have been broken. I mean, Ike is annoying. I'm not gonna lie. I say he's underrated all the time. It could have been really broken though, like doing something like that. But he was already a really slow character, so like giving him something like that would made him so much more interesting. Like I could speak on that for hours. I don't even main him. That's what I mean about like some of the best characters in P plus. Like their balancing decisions are like P plus and Project M. Like the best ones. It's just like it makes sense. It's like, oh, this shit they cooked. What site do you use to make this? Got you, bro. Tier list maker, right here. Here's the thing, like I'm glad we're not arguing over Puff. We all have the same opinion on Puff. So I was assuming we're gonna argue for hours over Puff, but it seems like you guys kind of get it too. Like Puff is kind of like I like the fact it's melee Puff, but also you can't go too crazy with it. You know, I don't know. I could talk about it for hours on this shit. Like it's so Like I might not like be the most active like P plus guy in the meta, but like it's this meta like is like we gotta like take a step back for a second, guys, and realize that like plenty of these characters in this game have been copied by other games, or the style of Project M has been copied by actual games. Not just fan games, like actual games copy them. Like Nick All Stars was very inspired by P plus. I'm not saying this is a bad thing. P plus is like PM P plus, very iconic, bro. It's very iconic. I think this is like the best Smash game ever. Like I say that all the time. I know it's a mod, and people are like, "How can this be the best Smash game? It's a mod." You gotta play it, man. Like give it a try. It feels so good. HBox said himself in an interview back in the day that if they released this instead of Brawl, we would be playing P plus to this day. We'd be playing this. We wouldn't be playing Melee. Like everyone in Melee would have moved on to this game if this came out instead of Brawl. Let that sink in, guys. I agree with HBox when he says that. Like that's, like I just kind of like. There's a reason why I like P plus. I like talking about it and I get passionate about it. Like, I just think about things sometimes. I'm just like, damn, this fucking meta is cool. Like, it's just like I was like, oh, I don't know, should I put my main in the A tier? But I was like, no, it's my main. Fuck that. He's going to the S tier. I'm putting Ness in the S tier. Like, it just, the magnet combos, like, it just feels good. It's hard to get to that level, guys. It's very hard to cook a game that's, you can't shit this out. There's so many people that try to copy these games. Like, look at Back 4 Blood trying to copy Left 4 Dead 2. You can't just do that. It's not, like, the budget is a big thing, but it's also game feel. How does the game feel? Do you guys remember Icon's Combat Arena? They kind of I think the Awesome Sauce kind of made a video about this, how they, like, people copy Melee. People copy P+. I mean, in a way, P+ copied Melee, but, like, duh, that's the point. It's supposed to be like that. Just let that sink in, bro. There's excuse me. There are so many, like, cool things. So many cool things. Like, just Luigi and Diddy, like, what I would want, I don't know. Maybe I put Pikachu down here. The more, like, I want to, I like Pig Ganon and I like the cosmetics. It's just like I wanted more different things than Dorf. I'm like, I made so many videos on him, bro. And honestly, I don't even know if P+ can ever do that, because now they've kind of done what P+ Ganondorf is for so long. He's kind of like a hybrid version of Dorf. He's like Dorf, but, like, bro, he doesn't have the ultimate sword stuff, which I kind of want. I'm not saying ultimate stuff would ever come to P+, but, like, I don't know at this point. Like, would ultimate really care if we did that? Okay. Oh god, this is another thing. You guys, okay? Real shit here. Real question here. I'm dropping this question in chat right now. This is an important question. Okay, this is actually a very. I'm gonna drop this in the Discord and chat. I don't give a fuck. This is like. This is oh my god, bro. I feel like I'm cooking tonight, guys. This is like oh my god. I'm gonna literally, I'm putting that in general. So I'm tagging everybody because I feel like this is like I want people's opinions. I'm not saying, here's the thing, I'm thinking, like, should they sprinkle ultimate stuff in P+? Here's the thing, it was one of the codes back in the day. I want to change the music, hold on. I'm about to cook on this topic. Hold on, hold tight. This is gonna be a crazy topic. One sec. Okay, so if you don't know, back in the day, strap in for this because this is a big topic. Back in the day, one of the goals for Project M, the OG Project M, was not to add ideas from future Smash games because that could be a legal minefield. So what does that mean? Well, that means no Mega Man, no Little Mac, no Smash 4 characters, no Smash 4 ideas. It would have been really funny if they did add Knuckles and then Knuckles was added to Ultimate or something. But that was the code, was not to add. What's up, Monty? Oh, dude. Monty, I actually want to know your opinion. If you want to jump on a call, let me know. But I'm talking, like, I was talking about character movesets and shit, and I'm cooking right now, like, bro. One of the codes back in the day when they made Project M was not to add future Smash game stuff because it's a legal gray area. But at the same time, modding in general is a fucking legal gray area. Like, no, it doesn't matter how we fucking sprinkle it. Where, like, changing the color of Mario's hat is illegal to Nintendo. Like, they don't care what color it is. Like, if it's not what it was, if it's not how it shipped, it's fuck you, basically. That's how Nintendo is. So to me, I'm not saying we add characters from Smash 4. I'm not saying we add characters from Ultimate. I'm not saying we do that. But what if, like, for Luigi, we give him his fucking Poltergeist to make his grab game more effective? I know that's really nerdy. No one wouldn't care. Like, most people probably would say no because that's an Ultimate idea. But it's, like, almost so... Like, I would... if I was making my own Smash game, I would do that any day of the week. Because it makes more sense, and it's also representative of Luigi and Luigi's Mansion. Duh. On one hand, I think it's a good idea because P Plus has very little from other Smash games outside of Melee and Brawl. But on the other hand, Nintendo ninjas. That's what I'm saying. But at the same time, though, like, let's be real, guys. Like, if you change one thing of code in Brawl, the ninjas are gonna get you, right? Like, they don't like you. Like, they don't like you playing Project Plus right now. They don't like... They already don't like you. They go after Ludwig for making Pokemon Stadium frozen. If you want to, Monty, let me know. I'll throw you on. Because I know me and Monty have talked for hours about this stuff behind the scenes. Like, we will talk about, like, theory and stuff. This, like, I did the tier list, and I was like, bro, I think Luigi's kind of low for me. Like, I'm not saying I hate Luigi, but I wish, like I kind of like HDR Luigi more because he has fucking permission to use his fucking grab from Ultimate. And I like some of the characters at the bottom are kind of Pikachu, which again is a similar thing where I feel like I like his Ultimate, more aggressive Ultimate playstyle, but it's like, do you add that stuff though? Do you make Pikachu pseudo similar to Ultimate? Not too much. I'm not saying you like add Pikachu's down air and make it spike. I don't know. Your game and set? Okay, I can put you on, Monty. Monty, for those who don't know, Monty's been on the stream a lot. He's a dev behind Rex. This is a legal gray area, obviously, but like we also have to be kind of, we have to, like, right? Like, what are we doing? This is like, we're changing code at the end of the day. I'm saying my argument is we sprinkle a couple things, maybe from Ultimate, to just make the characters more effective. I'm not saying you take that exact asset from Ultimate. I'm not saying... That's also what I should say. I'm not saying you steal Ganondorf's sword from Ultimate and put that in Brawl, even though people have. But I'm talking for Project Plus and Project M because they always made that as a rule not to take anything from future games. But you maybe take the idea, is what I'm saying. They did that with Mewtwo and Roy in a way. Like, they took the Melee ideas and then they brought them forward to Brawl and reinterpreted them. What if we took Ganondorf's sword and reinterpreted it to the Melee version? So he has, like, the Twilight Princess sword, but he's doing maybe not the same animation, but like a spiritual successor to that animation. Does that make sense? God damn, I'm cooking right now. Holy fuck. I thought about this and I was like, nah, no one would want to talk about that. Let me check. Is Monty trying to get on? Fuck. If you want to get on, let me know. Yeah, I got it open. But this is the thing, man. Is just like, I know P Plus is always, Project M and Project Plus, they've had rules to this, and this is against one of their code. Like one of their codes from back in the day was not to add like, any of those characters. I'm fine with that. We don't have to add any of those characters. But I'm saying like maybe Pikachu's down air does spike, but it's not. It just spikes. It doesn't. It's not the ultimate animation. It's just maybe it is the melee animation, but it spikes. In fucking Ultimate, he's a little bit more aggressive. You know what I mean? I'm like looking at some of the characters that I have lower on my like ability tier list. What's up, Kirby? Or what's up, Trimmy? Kirby's good. I like P plus Kirby. Kirby is an interesting character because obviously like there's not really too many versions where he's viable except 64, and obviously you don't want to make him broken. Oh, he's okay. Let's do it. Yes, there we go.
Okay, I think we're good.
Woo! All right, what's up, Monty? All right, we got the man, the myth, the legend here. Monty is a dev behind Rex. So for those just coming through,
one of the many talents.
Yes. I might change this to the name of the fucking stream, honestly, because I think this is going to be like a big topic. But, yeah, so should they include Ultimate stuff in Project Plus or PM?
Oh.
Not the exact animations, but like the spirit of it. Kind of like what they did with some of the, like Toon Link has Link's Upbeat from 64, you know? Like the idea, not the animation, not the exact asset, but the idea. What do you think?
Yeah. So I have my mental essay regarding this, just because I've been in the scene for a while now. I've had the chance to see like all these different points of views from both my fellow devs, devs on other PM, P plus style projects, the community at large, and you get so many different ideas and different stances regarding it at the end of the day. It's funny to think though that, because they made that stance, because I remember that. I remember hearing like even my own fellow devs talking about around the time when I first joined Remix back in the day, getting like more of the inside perspective of everything, and how that was brought up, how they would never like anything new would never get added into original PM at the time.
Yes.
And I'm sure by extension P plus now, because they're trying to honor that for the most part from everything that we've seen.
Right.
It's just funny how coincidentally some of the things that they experimented with themselves back then wound up becoming official over time, because Smash Bros decided to do the same thing.
Yes.
Either because people think that they might have seen PM and thought, oh, that's a good idea, or the hive mind overlap, that sort of thing, like Samus being able to charge neutral B in the air,
Ness's magnet
with the hitbox.
Yes.
So, I mean, but those are like examples of like a happenstance where it's like PM didn't add those because they saw Ultimate do it. They did it first, and then by happenstance there was that overlap at that point. And I think when those things started happening, that's when the community got more vocal about how maybe some of these newer game features should be worked in, because obviously they were already cooking with some good ideas back then.
Mm-hmm.
And the official teams wound up using those same exact ideas, so what they're doing might be on the same wavelength. So maybe some things that they're doing officially, maybe that should get brought back in. Like maybe a character like Samus should have like more kill options on aerial moves and stuff like that. But it's fascinating because when I look at this whole like situation regarding it, it's like when it comes to Project M and now by extension P plus for the most part, the goal was to try to carefully craft these characters around one another as carefully as possible, so that everyone still feels viable no matter what matchup you're facing at the end of the day. And they're still trying to work toward that. They're trying to make this very tight roster that is probably never ever going to add anything new to it. At least the base P plus, the one that everyone's playing competitively still to this day, probably never going to add anything new to it in terms of like a new character to shake the balance. They're going to just keep refining these characters so that everyone has an in against one another.
Right.
And that works when you got a roster that's like a couple dozen characters. But now it's like, because they are expected to like maintain both that roster chemistry as well as preserving the spirit of Melee, which, that's why there even is a PM.
Yes, that's why, that's the main idea, was PM and Melee. Like, even though there is 64 ideas, it was mainly just like, let's put these two games together and then see where it goes. That was the main idea. But some of these characters, I feel like they do benefit from their later Smash game ideas. Like
Oh,
Luigi
absolutely.
is a clear
But it's
example, in
like-
my opinion.
But it's like
Ganon.
now they almost can't because their
It's like
community
they're locked
itself,
out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, will not allow it because it either starts to deviate too much from the spirit of Melee, or
Right.
at that point it shakes up the balance so much in a way where it's like we just don't even want to risk it. We don't want to risk a character who is currently in a very comfortable spot where they're at in the meta, possibly either going up or down because of any gradual changes. Because you've already seen it.
Yes.
Look what happened during some of the more like infamous jumps between PM versions when things got a little
Yes.
too overtuned, and then there was outcry because of it, both good and bad.
Yep.
And then I was watching an Awesome Sauce video recently where he was talking about it was the one where he was talking about like the different games that have tried to be like
Melee.
Yeah, that one. That
happened
one.
with PM too. That happened with Project M.
Yeah.
Icons
Yeah.
Combat Arena, like a lot of PM stuff in there. Nickelodeon All Stars, very PM pilled like game. There's a lot of characters like in Zetaburn I mentioned earlier is basically PM Wolf. Orcane has a lot of PM Ivysaur stuff. I mean, this is like these movesets. Some of them were changed so significantly. It's almost like it's a completely different character, but other people agree, no, that's a really fucking good version of the character. Like other mods follow suit, and I mentioned that earlier with like Lucas, again Wolf, Lucario, like some of these more out there ones. Other mods will even be like, no, I love that version of the character. But some of them, I'm not gonna lie, they kind of feel locked into like what they were spiritually. I bring up Samus as a perfect example of this. Luigi. Maybe even Pikachu. Like someone spliced it a similar tier list to what I just did, where it was like based on the likability. Like how much, like do I like this character? I like a lot of the cosmetics for these characters. Even Pig Ganon is fucking iconic. But I don't say, oh, I want to play P plus Ganon. Now I know some people do, but like to me, it's not like that's Ganon. You know, it's like halfway, and that's a hot take, but it's almost there. Like the float is cool. I like the float. That was again a P plus PM idea. But like it's like some of the mods I feel like nowadays, like HDR has like more of a playground because they have the sword Ganon attacks. They have Luigi's Poltergeist. They have even Diddy side B. They can't do that, right? I mean, I guess maybe who cares about that fucking shitty move, but like these things that kind of feel locked. So my theory, this is what I'm ultimately like was theory crafting. You know, if we look at P+, like the old P+ characters that needed juice were kind of Bowser with the fireball. Perfect example, that was like a PM idea, and they kind of redid that, and it became a really iconic part of him in P+. Kirby, his slide, very, very good element to the character. But then there's like Luigi, maybe Pikachu. I know some people like Pikachu, but he's not like, I wouldn't say he's used as much as some of the other characters. And Diddy were like, they're kind of locked to these like very specific versions of the character. I think Luigi is probably the most. Luigi and like Samus are probably the biggest kind of examples to that, because you can't make rush down Samus in Ultimate, even though people would like maybe like that. Like now, I don't know, people would maybe experiment with that because Samus is not really used that much in P+. Maybe you do go a crazy direction with her out like that. I don't know, but Luigi. I really wish he had the Poltergeist. And like I'm like, maybe this is what I would want. You don't take the exact asset. You don't take the sword that is in Ultimate. You don't take that weapon. You don't even take the animations, but you take what's already in PM. I mean, he technically uses his sword. There's some mods where they do give him his sword as like his smash attacks, like Rex Sword Ganon. But like, could you take that sword and make different, completely unique animations and make him hit those forward smashes in a similar way but different? Or there's his up smash and the down smash. Do you give Pikachu a meteor on his down air? I think that would make his offstage game even more deadly, and maybe it would spice him up. I know that's maybe a hot take, but I'm like, I don't see Pikachu a lot, you know? And I'm thinking like, why? Even though Pikachu does have some interesting stuff and is a viable character, but I'm kind of like theory crafting ways you could like take them in a little bit different directions without making them broken. I don't want to make any of these characters broken, right?
Yeah. I see in chat, Dr. R made a remark about how more people would play Samus if they changed her moveset. And this is where I step in as a Samus main.
I'm
I
putting
know
Samus in
a lot
C.
of people don't like Samus because she does not play in a style that is heavily associated with basically the identity behind Melee and Project M. I remember for years so many people saying that Samus in those games, especially Melee, is basically playing her own game because of how different her functionality is compared to pretty much the whole rest of the roster.
Yes.
Because she is a zoner and because she is reliant on her projectile spam and her traps with down B and stuff like that, and trying to set up for like a get off me or elements like that. Like, she's playing her own game, and because of that, a person like me who's been playing Samus for years, I have that mentality now, and you know it firsthand because we fought. We've had our matches in the past where it's my Samus versus your Ness.
Yep.
What am I trying to do? I'm trying to snipe you with a charge shot. I'm trying to line up missiles to whiff your recovery, stuff like that. I'm playing as a zoner. I'm shooting to kill, basically.
Yes.
But I know there's a lot of people that would, like Dr. R saying, if they changed the moveset, if they did make a more, like, brawler-style Samus, it's like, yeah, then it's more appealing to people that have that more particular playstyle in mind. But then for someone like me who's already been used to Samus being this way for so long, and then all of a sudden it's different, it's like, this is not my character anymore.
Yeah.
And coincidentally, funnily enough, even though it was so minor back in the day, because you got to hear this firsthand when you interviewed a former PM dev years ago.
Yes.
Where he made the remark how there was a point they were, because of the subtle changes that Ganon was getting with having his float and reflector and stuff. Those little subtle changes were enough to make them go, huh, we're changing Ganon a lot here. We should maybe bring in a new character to adopt the old Melee Ganon moveset, because these changes are already... Yep.
They thought about Black Shadow, yeah. He was in the test bed. Yeah.
Yeah. And they were doing that because they realized even with those little changes given to Ganon, it was changing his entire play style, his entire kit was being altered on a, basically a digital cellular level. And because of that, they're like, ooh, this might be too radical of a change for people. We need to have a character that plays more like what they're used to because of how much we're changing what Ganon is about.
Yes.
So, and those are what people would consider minuscule changes.
Yes. Well, no, you brought up the perfect example there, and this is why I think we're cooking with this conversation, because I don't know how you guys feel in chat. Like, what do you guys feel about Ganon? Like, do you like... Let's take a step back for a second. Like, so many of my Sonic videos have done well because so many people do not like Sonic in Smash, and they just wish it was better. They might not like him competitively in Ultimate, right, where he's like top 2, but then they're like, I wish this was not that move. Because Sonic is also very iconic. He's like the most popular character probably in the game if we think about it. Like, it is kind of crazy how popular he is, and his moveset is mainly like, again, it's the brawl version of Sonic where he's balling up and shit, and it was very last minute. He was I said the same thing with Wolf, very last minute character, and you can see that in Wolf, and it's crazy how different he is from fucking Brawl to fucking Ultimate. Like, even that's like different, and P+, like, they took their own direction with Wolf as well, but some of these last minute characters are still kind of seen as like, I don't know, like, it could have been better, and Ganondorf is an example of that because he was the last minute addition of Melee. He was literally not going to be included unless his model fit on Captain Falcon, and it did. Yeah, and it did. And they're like, all right, that's his character, and that's been him.
And it wasn't even an actual custom model either. It wasn't a Smash model.
They copied and pasted it. Yeah. They modded it in. If you think about it, like, they're like, oh, he fits on that. All right, yeah, that's his moveset, and people love that version of Ganon. And that's the thing, like, I know people are always going to love versions of characters, but even P+ has not always been, like, they've never been like, oh, we'll do that version of Lucas, because they didn't do Brawl Lucas. They did their own version of Lucas. They didn't do Brawl Lucario. They did their own version of Lucario, and at first people had to adjust, or a lot of people didn't like them, or whatever, but... it depends. Like, I guess some people are like, oh, that character's had that moveset since Melee, you can't change it now. Or maybe they're like, oh, no. But, like, Ganon is one of those characters where it's, like, right behind Sonic, in my opinion, where it's like, what in the fuck did, like, he's been bad since since at fucking. I mean, Melee he was like kind of good, but it was because he hit like hot truck, and he was like his knockback was insane, and they didn't like that. Because in the next update of Melee, they're like, stop that. He can't kill you at that percent. Don't nerf his down air. They nerfed him. They're like, don't make him too strong. And then they proceeded to like make him dog shit. Like he became dog shit for Brawl, Smash 4. And I was coping so hard. I thought when they gave him the ultimate stuff, I was like, finally, he's gonna be good. He's still kind of shit. I'm at a certain point, I'm like, how do you fix him? But at the same time, there's so many ways like mods have taken him, because he's like literally, if he was added in Brawl, he would have been a completely different character if you think about it. Like, take a step back, guys. If he does not make Melee, he would not have been a clone in Brawl. He would have been like, they would have given him something different completely.
Yeah, because he actually was able to make the cut because of that last minute decision, and because they rigged him to a Falcon skeleton, reused most of the animations, save for a few changes with idols and Tods, blah blah blah. The fact they were able to reuse so much is what locked Ganon into that archetype moving forward, because you already set him up to be that type of character. You could now no longer go any like radically different direction, because he became locked in as that archetype with that decision, instead of the big what if, like if he hadn't made Melee and debuted in Brawl, probably would have had a very different moveset as a primarily historically more like warlock type character with some broad sword gameplay. He'd probably be doing a mix of magic and sword swipes. He'd be kind of like he'd be like a heavy Robin in a lot of ways, I'm sure.
I'll say this, if he was added in Brawl, he would have his ultimate smash attacks. Because it seems like if they finally did that, like it took Ultimate to do that, like they must have thought in the back of their head that was like an idea for Dorf, was to give him a sword eventually. And it became a meme to give Ganon a sword, because in every game you fight him, he has a fucking sword or a trident or something. And so many people are like, do this, do that, do this, do that. It's like so many different directions.
And it's tough, because it's like an official game has to kind of abide by what people expect at that point. I actually still remember how people were going off back in the day when when Mario did get Flood and replaced Down B, and other little changes here and there to character moves that everyone was still like, whoa, what happened here? Like, where'd the old move go? I remember being one of the ones that was bummed that I didn't have the Tornado Down B anymore and got stuck with Flood. Even though in certain situations,
they removed Flood in P+. In P+, Mario does not have Flood.
Yeah. And in a game like Melee PMP+, Flood would be, I think so.
I'm surprised he's had Flood in Ultimate. I'm not even gonna lie. I thought it was Mario Galaxy or Mario Odyssey time, you know? Like, I'm not saying it's not iconic, but...
I guess they figured with the way Ultimate was designed, because even though Ultimate is tighter and less floaty than Brawl and Smash 4 was, it's still a little floaty, and it's still fairly easy to make it back to stage. Even when you're getting pushed by floodwater, you can still get back fairly easily for the most part, normally.
Right.
Like, recovery is still not that death sentence that a lot of people label Melee recovery or PM recovery as, where it's like you're off the stage, you feel yourself sweating because you're like, oh, I'm probably not making it back.
Yes. So, for chat, what do you guys think Dorf should go? Like, do you think, like, in P+, I would say, like, they added float, and that was, like, at the time, that was, like, a big thing for Dorf. I'm not saying, like, you change every single thing and make him, like, you could keep some similar things, like, his forward air, like, fits his character, his down tilt, like, I guess fits, or whatever, but you could change really anything if you think about it, but at a certain point, though, a lot of people do, like, you know, if you change too much, it ends up not feeling like the character at all. I'm not necessarily saying that. I still think Ganondorf should be like the hard-hitting, like you said, a warlock character, but I'm just thinking, like, does it make sense to add the ultimate inspired attacks, if that makes sense?
It's a tough thing in the sense of, like, even if there is practicality, like, it would actually benefit the character. It's now the direction the official games are going, so there's that double incentive of not to go that route for the devs, because for one, they're still trying very hard to honor that Melee legacy, and it's that vow of, like, don't take the new stuff and apply it to, you know, what we have going on here.
Yeah.
Partially for the sake of the fans, for the sake of the meta, for the sake of the project itself.
Right.
So, and this is where I get to have a little fun. As a Rex dev, I can say something along these lines because this is my stance on it. Because P Plus has dedicated itself to honoring that legacy of what Melee is about and how Melee feels in the Brawl engine when it's properly translated. Because a lot of people look at PM and by extension P Plus as basically the Melee 2 that we never got.
It is.
So, but that being said, though, that roster is carefully curated around all those movesets to make sure everything fits like a glove in terms of matchups, viability, so on and so forth. So you do anything to change up the formula, and all of a sudden you got like a new recipe going on there. Especially taking into account that roster being so like symbiotic with itself.
Yes.
That being said, though, bringing it back around to Rex here, where it's like, we're not following those same rules on a technicality because we're not locked into a specific roster where it's got to be these characters only and there's never going to be anything more or less. We're continually adding more. We have a roster that's starting to like overshadow Ultimate in terms of just how much is going on there.
100%.
So, and because of that, there's so much new in the formula that the entire meta that PM P Plus established is already being shaken up by the fact that there's all these new characters, new movesets, new matchups. Like, yeah, it's like, because it's like, look at like Jigglypuff, for example, and like the, you know, from Melee to PM. Jigglypuff is virtually 1-to-1 with how she was in Melee. But because she is still so much what she was in Melee now in this engine with a larger roster, she is so far down the totem pole now because you got other characters that do a lot of her stuff but better, like Wario, for example. So because of that, even though Jigglypuff is still doing everything she's already been doing, she's now in a roster that kind of, I wouldn't say invalidates her, but puts her
on the
in
same
a rough
level.
Spot.
Yeah, they're all on the same level as her.
And now, when you look at the Rex roster with all the characters we have, you see that sort of happen with some of the characters that we have in the build. You see them and go, whew, well, these characters were good where they were here before, but now that they're dealing with like a Pyra or Mithra now being in the roster, or a character like, or a character like Little Mac or something like that, everything changes. Like, and because of that, if we wanted to actually change or add anything from newer games, because we're not tied to those same rules, either honor bound or otherwise. Like, if we want to change something, we can. We know, obviously, if we did do something like that, it would shake up the scene, because a lot of people that play PM, P+, like to come over to Rex and know that their tried and trues are going to feel virtually how they always do when they play, you know, PM or P+ or whatever. They go to Rex and know, hey, if worse comes to worse and I need to fall back on like one of my mains from that, they're going to feel like how I expect them to. You start changing that, though, and then people feel less comfortable to come over to play because all of a sudden the character that they know and love is not doing what they're used to them doing anymore.
Well, I know some people don't like how some of the characters are changed in P+. Like look at Snake, he is not Brawl Snake. And I brought that up earlier. He's Metal Gear Snake, basically. You know, Lucas, completely different. Lucario, etc. Some of these characters people have adapted. And don't get me wrong, when I first played PM, I actually was sort of like playing Lucas in Brawl, at least like casually. And I felt more comfortable with Ness because he represented some of the stuff that Lucas had in Brawl. Like he had his PK Flash actually moved in a direction, which again is another thing that Smash Ultimate later did. So this is part of my argument is like, man, dude, like, can we just like sprinkle? I'm not saying we add characters from Smash 4 and Ultimate, absolutely not. The reason why they added Knuckles was because there's a Knuckles trophy. You know, that's the reason why they were thinking about Lyn is because Lyn is an assist trophy.
Or Black Shadow at the time.
Yes. And some of the things, like if they had a sticker or maybe a small representation, maybe they thought about them or whatever, but like that would be like Sammy or whatever. But if you think about it, some of these characters spiritually, if we were to continue, like they're like, what are some of the flaws of Luigi? It's his shit grab. I mean, granted, he has a good wave dash and everything, and like that's good, but like many Luigi mains, like granted, there's freaks out there like Rat Monster and Melee. He's showing that Luigi. I'm not saying these characters can't cook, but how do you get them to be a little bit more likable? Where, you know, I remember back in the day, people were saying Luigi didn't have very strong matchup spread because he's so weird and he's so out there. And even when I play him,
Yeah.
I'm like, God, I can't stand his grab. His grab is like really like you have to kind of like really try to use it. And I'm like, if when I play Luigi in HDR, I feel like this is like what I would expect. Like his grab game is a lot more defined from the ultimate version. Again, I'm not saying you make those down throw, down air, spam. I'm not asking for that. But like, what if you just gave like something like the Poltergeist? You made your own P plus model for like the Brawl version of the Poltergeist, because it is his final smash in Brawl. If you think about it, like it's not necessarily. This might be crazy, but like Luigi does have his Poltergeist in Brawl. It's his final smash. Like. Like if we want to be like atom by atom, like, but we are breaking some of the idea of what Project M was, where it was like, look, this is only melee and brawl, but at the same time some of these ideas were eventually, like you said, they were copied by Smash Ultimate. Like they added a hitbox to Ness's magnet. They've like Lucas, I'm sorry, Lucas has like a custom move that like people were bringing up custom moves and stuff, and they're like, man, I wish Ganon had this custom move. I wish Ganon had his down B custom, like da da da. Like you could maybe even like grab some of those ideas, but I'm not saying you have to go that far, because again, those are like later Smash games. But
Yeah.
My thing is, could there be more of a playground in Project M if we just simply gave permission to do a couple things here and there? Now, again, I'm not a developer. Those are up to the developers and the people in charge. But to Nintendo, like, they hate the fact that Pokemon Stadium does not transition. You know what I mean? They will go after you if you have Frozen Stadium in Melee. They will go after you for that. Like they don't care what it is. They don't fucking give a shit at all. Like they don't like PM. They've tried to kill it in the past, right? Like, duh. But like, is making Pikachu's down air similar to a later Smash game, not actually taking that animation, but just making something that's similar to it, where it like makes sense that it meteors or whatever, is that really that bad? Because in a way, like Ness's magnet, like, okay, PM did it first, but like, are we able to like give more ideas from later Smash games here and there if they make sense and they're spun in a way that makes sense? Is what I'm saying ultimately.
Oh, negative zone. Oh yeah, Brawl. Yeah, Brawl didn't have Poltergeist. It was.
Oh, that's right. That's right. My bad. Sorry. Correction there. Correction. His final smash was not. Okay. But isn't there a Poltergeist in the trophy? Like, there's a trophy, right, for Poltergeist? Like, I feel like it's represented somehow. I'll edit out that point. I mean, with the Poltergeist, it's not his final smash. But
I know.
You know what
Melee
I'm saying.
I know Melee had it was the Vacuum Luigi trophy. I know Melee had that. I don't know if Brawl brought back any Luigi's Mansion assets and trophies. They might have. I'd have to
Thank you for correcting me, though. My brain, I'm cooking so much, my brain is firing on all cylinders right now.
This did have me thinking a little bit.
Yeah, go ahead.
Because a point got brought up too earlier regarding like the changes between characters, like PM Lucas and Lucario going radically different directions. I know that part of the reason they did that at the time was because they didn't want there to be too much redundancy, because at the time, Brawl Lucas, Brawl Ness, there were differences, but they weren't super substantial. And when Lucario replaced Mewtwo, even though Lucario was kind of doing some of his own stuff, he does have that stuff, derivative.
Yes. He was a derivative,
yeah. He still had like a proper charging neutral B, a recovery, it looked and behaved a bit differently, but it was still checking off the same boxes for the most
same
part.
Spirit, yeah. That's why Dorf, I'm like, man, like, okay, you went a different direction with Lucas, but like, you could also do the same thing with Dorf. I'm not saying you change everything, but like maybe like those smash attacks, maybe, I don't know, just give yourself a little bit more permission, because he was a Ganon clone at the end of the day. He's like, I don't know. Sometimes I'm like, I feel like it's hampering to not be able to use more original ideas that potentially existed in other Smash games. Since modding is modding at the end of the day, like it doesn't really matter what fucking game it existed from or who had it first. It's like Nintendo just does not like modding. They don't like modding, period. They don't like...
because they've never officially supported it in any capacity.
Yes.
They're no Steam with the workshop. They're no Minecraft with...
And they've went after PM in the past. Yeah, so I know there's a legal gray area with future Smash game stuff, because the the argument was if you take Mega Man and you bring him to Project M, you're making it redundant. Where you're making it so, oh, I don't need to play Smash 4 or Smash Ultimate because I have Mega Man in PM. But like at the same time, all these characters also exist in Smash 4 and well, not all of them, but most of them exist in Smash 4 and especially Smash Ultimate, except for Knuckles. So I've always never really like agreed with that argument, but like I understand why it's there. I understand why the devs didn't want to go there because they don't want to lose. Like I get it, it was like about not like fucking your career up and shit, and trying to part of it I'm sure is trying to stay away from Nintendo's back as much as possible.
Oh yeah, because you're already poking the bear by modding the game to begin with. So
yeah,
you're already playing with fire. How much extra kindling do you want added into the mix? Is basically what it boils down to. Like what things could or couldn't provoke them to take more immediate and direct action, essentially.
Like who added Builder Mario first? That was PM, right? PM did that. Builder Mario is like past Brawl, if we think about it. Like that was
yeah, because
that's what I'm saying. There's
original
already
Mario
kind
Maker
of
came out.
Yeah. Isn't Libre like Pikachu Libre like kind of an alternate skin for not a main alternate skin for Pikachu, but it's like one of the hidden ones, right? I think. But Builder Mario is part of the main set, you know, like that Builder Mario Maker didn't exist until 2015.
Yeah, that was the first iteration of Mario Maker, and then Ultimate, of course, was 2018, and that's when they decided to put that costume in along with the wedding costume.
Yes.
So, yeah, it's actually kind of crazy to think about where, you know, certain choices are made because, you know, officially it hasn't been done yet. So there, at the time, that point of view, during that point in history, they weren't copying because there wasn't anything that they had copied yet.
Yes.
And even then, they still did it first before the overlap happened.
Right.
Like Samus charging in the air or stuff like that. Or just coincidentally, they happen to be doing very similar stuff with the characters to try to
separating Charizard,
further.
Separating Pokemon Trainer. They did that first. Like, but at a certain point, it's like it's been so many years. You know, I don't know what I would want. Like if you look at the C and D tier for me, I know I moved Samus down, but it's because we were talking about her. But if you add, if you add ideas, not the exact animations, not the exact assets, you don't take Ganon's sword from Ultimate, backport it, but like what if you make your own spin on Ganondorf hitting with his sword as a forward smash, add that to P+, add that to his up smash, his forward smash, down smash, maybe, there's a little bit of inspiration there, but it's not the exact, you're making clearly a different animation. You could like technically say that's original at that point. I know that might sound crazy, but like people do that shit with music all the time. Now, granted, I know this is Nintendo's IP. I know we're dancing around like IP law right now, but at the same time, let's not call it a fucking spade a spade. Like modding any of this shit is not like it's just not good to Nintendo. None of this is good. What this whole conversation, Nintendo would burn my fucking living down or whatever. You know what I mean? Like they don't like it at all. So I'm like, why not just like spiritually subtly give Luigi the poltergeist from, you know, or whatever. Like it's the Melee poltergeist, you know, or like like you said, it's a trophy in Melee or whatever. Or give Samus maybe a more aggressive moveset, not saying it's like Smash. Like, here's the thing, they added Ice Mode to Samus to try to beef her up, but Ice Mode needed to be buffed because it was so foreign and kind of weird. No one really used it. It was kind of seen as a niche, like, afterthought. And they did have, like, what I think some people would rather have as Samus's moveset, a part of her Ice moveset, but I still think the main parts of the character are, like, maybe what if her dash attack was like more aggressive and like fucking killed you or something? Like that's more of an ultimate thing. Like I don't know. If you add some of those ultimate stuff to these characters, especially Luigi, Samus, Pikachu, Ganon, you're instantly like making them more interesting in my opinion. Like it's like even Peach maybe, but I don't want to go that far because I know it's like almost a completely different character at that point for Peach. Is like she's really aggressive. And she's definitely not heavy and like tanky. So I know some of these characters, it's like I'm asking for changes and they might be your main or you might like them. But at the same time, some of these characters have been changed so heavily, and they already don't even represent the original versions of these characters. Like even Rob, you know.
Yeah.
There's some similarities there, but he's like also very different. It was like I'm sure some people adjusted to that as well, you know.
Yeah. It definitely has me wondering because oh yeah, that remark that Spider Dude made. Yeah, technically, yeah, it was TE. Legacy TE added those costumes, and then
Really?
When Legacy ended, then when P Plus debuted not long after, yeah, a lot of the cosmetics and stuff that TE had made was adopted by P Plus at that point.
Gotcha. But those didn't exist. Like Mario never had that skin in Brawl. He never had like that because that didn't exist. Builder Mario was 2015. Smash Mario Maker. You know what I mean? I apologize for the Luigi Final Smash thing. But let me look up the Poltergeist because I'm like maybe it doesn't even fucking matter, but like I bet you
that is like actually a valid point though because that's still newer IP. And when Brawl existed, because I know original PM devs, the mentality was to try to keep everything locked into that 2008 time period. Any new costumes, any references, anything new that they were going to put into the game was supposed to not go any further down the timeline than when Brawl debuted.
Yes.
So, on a technicality, if P Plus was 100% honoring that original vision, then yeah, a costume like Builder Mario or Pikachu Libre would not exist at that point because 100%. None of that did exist back in 2008.
So,
but I know those are cosmetics though, so I'm sure there's more wiggle room simply because it's not affecting the balance of the gameplay in any way, shape, or form.
Okay, well, look at this. Yeah, you were correct, by the way. I was wrong. Sorry for saying Luigi, but I'm glad that we're on this topic because it's part of the point. This is a trophy in Melee. I don't know if this is like a okay thing, but like, yeah, he has this in Melee. What if we added that version of the Poltergeist, not the later versions, but like this version of it and made it his grab, you know? Yeah, it's Ultimate inspired, but you're making it yourself. What if someone made that themselves? Like literally made Luigi look like this, like to honor this. Like he makes like a weird goofy face like this, and that's his grab, you know? Like it it buffs his grab because I think that's one of the weak points of Luigi in PM currently is his grab game. While you know it can be effective once he uses wave dash, but like if you look at HDR Luigi, he is like fundamentally moving differently because he has access to that thing.
True. Actually, that is a good point to bring up too, because now that I'm thinking about it, the ultimate vacuum that he's got, that Poltergeist, is actually different.
I know.
Because those
they're different
older
games.
ones, didn't have the plunger. They didn't have plunger functionality yet.
Oh.
So you couldn't actually recreate it.
This thing, yeah. We're cooking with this topic right now. I hope you guys know that.
If he was to have the vacuum as a grab, it wouldn't be able to plunger because there was no plunger. So the only way you could have a vacuum grab that was historically accurate, you'd have to do something very different. The vacuum would almost be like almost like a Mage Ganon grab, or in this case our Phantom Ganon over that moveset, where there's a wind box that kind of pulls you into where you're actually supposed to be for the grab to actually get a hold of you.
And
so
look,
you have to do something similar.
This is not something like if we think about it, like there's this is a Melee trophy. As far as I could see, I don't think there's a trophy for this in Brawl. As far as like I'm trying to look, maybe there's a sticker. Oh, there's Luigi. Okay, well there's Luigi. Like there's a sticker. There was a sticker for Sammy, and that was enough for like to get her to be a testbed character in Project Dev. Okay, like some of these stickers do actually matter. But if we're using that logic, like he had this trophy in Melee. There's a lot of Melee stuff, like if we think about it, Mewtwo and Roy were Melee things and they brought them to Brawl. Like there's a lot of Melee stuff that spiritually gets brought into PM, you know? And I understand that like, okay, well this is, you know, not, you know, it's an ultimate idea, but there's technically like ultimate ideas technically in P Plus that were, I guess PM technically did first, but it's like weird to like, I don't know. I think it's just create your own version of it is my hot take. So with Ganondorf, let's go to Ganondorf, just period. Here he is. I'm sure you could add this sword and make it. I'm sure it's a mod right now where you just take this version of Ganon, this sword on his Melee render, you use that, or I guess for Brawl it would be the Twilight Princess sword, but like you could use that sword. He already actually has a sword, a part of his moveset, for his down taunt. What if you took that sword model? Yeah, this thing. You took that sword model, and then made it a part of his smash attacks. Like, okay, spiritually maybe they're like sort of similar, but like not. It's a completely different animation made from the ground up, is what I would say. I love the fact that Pikachu has a more aggressive moveset in later Smash games, and I think other people like that too. Granted, he's a top tier in 64, but again, the metas are completely different in 64. But like I don't know, maybe again, like maybe his Thunder Jolt maybe acts a somewhat similar way, like maybe it's a little bit closer to him, or maybe I really want a downer that spikes. I thought that would be like so that. Like, when I saw that for the first time, I was like, God, he's going to be a top tier, and he obviously was. But, like, I'm just thinking, like, some of the ideas that people, like, even Splice had low on his tier list. He was like, I don't really feel like playing Pikachu and PM that much. Not saying there isn't playing Pikachu mains, but I'm, like, thinking of, like, how do you spice it up for them? I don't know how you spice it up for Diddy, because I don't know. I feel like Diddy is, like, his own being, you know? But I think those are some valid ideas. What do you guys think? I'll leave it open to you guys now. I'm not saying I don't like Olimar. You know, I actually play Olimar as a secondary, but like, he's kind of again like a little bit more of a out there kind of moveset changes and stuff, but not in a bad way. What do you guys think though?
I'll let Chad also say its bit too. So I'll say, while they're doing their thing, hopefully typing up what they think.
Yeah, go ahead,
It
Monty.
would be cool to see, but I do know that certain changes would definitely affect matchups as well as viability. Because I was thinking about, like, with Ganon, like, the biggest advantage that having, like, the sword moves that he has an ultimate on his up and forward smashes is both the frame data and the coverage is vastly superior to what he had in the earlier days when it was still him, you know, kicking and thrusting his shoulder into you or his elbow into you. The up smash gives you that full 180 coverage from left to right when he swings, and the forward smash has that upward arc as he slams the blade down. Both are just way more beneficial hitboxes than what he's got going on in and specifically in any of the older games. Because Ultimate is when he started using sword. He was still doing all that kicking and thrusting and all that stuff all the way up into Smash 4 with his bona fide worst visual appearance yet. The meme, the legend itself.
Penguin just joined. They said, based off the title, it depends on what it is. So for me, it's like, what I kind of said is, what if we added Ultimate ideas that are not copy and pasted from Ultimate, but somebody rebuilds them in a different way and makes them their own PM interpretation of a similar concept. So Ganondorf using his swords, yes, for his smash attacks. Maybe Pikachu has like a down air that spikes, but it's a different animation. Maybe like, you know, Luigi's technically meteors too. Like you could go that direction. And I'm not saying you change them to, like, I'm not saying you take away Luigi's wave dashing and make him like complete. Like I know there's some aspects of the character that are like very integral to their identity. But like I'm just thinking of ways, because some of these characters are not really played that much. You know, that's kind of like where my brain like goes to, is like I don't see Luigi a lot. I'm not saying, you know, you can't do well with any of these characters in tournament. It's not really like that. It's just like, how do you spice them up in a similar way that Bowser and Kirby were spiced up in P+. In a similar way, you know, even like adding Mewtwo and Roy from the ground up, like they spiced them up in some areas. They changed Roy's back air completely. That was a PM thing. I think that's also a good note as well, is like some of these, like they're melee ideas, but they also went their own direction here and there too. And I think some of these characters could also need some of that. Luigi more specifically, where I said, hey, maybe you give him the ultimate inspired grab, but it's like the melee. It's the oldest version of the Poltergeist, and it doesn't have the plunger. It sucks you in, like Monty said. Or Ganondorf's sword attacks, but they're not the same animation. You know, that's Samus maybe has a more aggressive moveset, but it's not as like slow and sluggish. But I'm not saying you change everything completely about her and make her ultimate Samus, but like maybe a couple like the dash attack being really strong or something, or Forward having a strong hit on the third hit of it. That's ultimate inspired, but you're not. It's just like data at the end of the day. Like, I don't know. It's just like, would Nintendo really care that much at the end of the day? Because this is a mod. They don't like anything that's a mod. So would they care that much about this? That's essentially where I was going with this. I know Spider Dude. Splice said give Wario a gun.
He's cooking. He's like, I gotta give him a gun because there's no Shadow to give a gun to.
Yes.
Come on, PM, Nebs, P+, put Shadow in and give him a gun.
Maybe the Links. Toon Link is different from Link, but it would be nice to see more. What do you mean by Link? Like, tell me more specifically. Add tripping to P+ and Rage. Oh, God. Give Mario Flood. So that's a little bit more... I know there's people that have wanted to take Mario's down B in, like, a different direction, and I don't know. They did choose Mario Tornado because it's supposed to be like Melee Mario, but at the same time, you technically could have Galaxy-inspired stuff. I know technically it did resemble Galaxy at one point. I don't know if you guys remember that. Didn't it have stars in previous updates? I'm pretty sure Mario Tornado might have had stars in like earlier updates because they were... they wanted to like kind of reference that, but it was still Mario Tornado at the end of the day. I don't like Flood. Yeah, I'm not a Flood fan. Give Luigi Flood. Smash 4 Cyclone. Oh God, fuck that.
Jeez.
His Cyclone's Flood, already pretty good. I'm not gonna lie.
Mario having that in like the PM setting would be definitely detrimental, just because most characters are already struggling to get back to stage, and then you got Water blasting them away with their less floaty than Brawl nature. Oh, it'd be a nightmare.
Tornado is part of his recovery too, so I don't know. I'm not like I don't love Tornado, but I know some Mario it's like it's debatable. It's like what if you? Yeah. I could see someone wanting to be like make it like Galaxy inspired, because that's very much what other mods do, but. It's like, again, it depends on your interpretation. Sheik should get Bouncing Fish. And the grenade. Yes,
nice Sheik. Is that a Smosh reference? Are you making a Smosh reference right now?
Did you hear what they said? They said Sheik, Bouncing Fish, and grenade. That would radically if it's Smash 4? Like, you would have to completely remake that animation, I guess. I don't know if the grenade, like, I don't know. Because side B is, the chain is kind of bad. I don't know. Turn Olimar into Louie. Oh, God. There's a mod that gives Sheik her Bouncing Fish. Yeah, you would have to make a completely different animation, I feel like, but if it's the similar move, I don't know. I know people love, Melee Sheik, and that's, like, what she's supposed to be. And Sheik is already really good in the meta.
And how it fits into the kit, too. Because I know, even though there's a lot of people... Obviously, to this day, they don't touch Zelda unless they have to, but that's also part of Sheik's kit, is basically using Zelda when they have to, because Zelda has the superior recovery. They usually tend to down B when they're off stage as Sheik to have an easier time getting back to stage using Zelda, and then switching back to Sheik when they recover.
Yes.
So
that's how they did it.
That's the thing to take into account, and that also kind of brings back one topic I didn't quite finish my thoughts on before, with like the redundancy factor. When PM was in development, they didn't want Lucas or Lucario to feel so similar to who they were already essentially based on, so they found clever ways to rework their movesets so that you wouldn't feel redundancy playing Ness compared to Lucas, or Lucario next to Mewtwo. Going those radical different directions with them is what allowed them to both exist on the roster and not feel too samey, which is also why we didn't get a Dr. Mario in PM, because they took those good elements that Doc had and combined it with Mario in that setting.
Yep.
Which is why you're able to not only spike with the forward air that Mario's, or Meteor Mash.
It does both. I know what you're talking about. Yeah,
exactly. So it's like you get the best of both worlds, because there was such a minimal amount of difference anyways. They were like, let's just merge the best that both Melee, Mario, and Doc had into one character. Boom, there you go.
Mm-hmm. So I brought this up in the Discord. There was a lot of people saying nope, and that's totally fine. Like if that's I think it depends situation by situation. It shouldn't be the straight up animation. It should not be you know, like I'm not asking to copy and paste any characters or anything like that, duh. But if you made your own interpretation and it was like very much original, I feel like maybe you could get that by. It's more of an idea situational thing, I guess. Spider Dude saying yes and no. Should they piss on our hot dogs? Yes. Which ideas from Ultimate? That's what I mean. Like it's situational. Oh yeah, some people brought up like shortcuts, no stick jump, aerial shortcuts. You know, they technically did add like. Didn't they add like what later Smash games have, where you can like turn off? Oh no. That exists in Brawl. Never mind. The controller modifications. Brawl started that.
Yeah.
Go
that
ahead.
Being said,
yeah, if there's something you want to say, go ahead.
Oh, I was just thinking how, at the same time, even if they didn't want to go in the direction of Ultimate, there's still nothing stopping them from trying to evolve a character anyways, because we already talked about him earlier, Bowser.
Yes.
He is very different from his melee incarnation, no longer having fire breath, having the fireball instead, and having essentially a souped up command grab compared to the way more simplistic one in melee where he just bit you over and over again.
Right.
A move that you never, ever, ever get seen use in melee, but you will see people use the command grab in PM, P+, because of its versatility, being able to angle which direction you want the throw to happen, stuff like that.
Oh, yes. Good point, yeah. Someone else also brought up a good point. Spire Dude brought up, there is a lot of PM moves that are in Smash 4. Like the arrow, Pit's guiding arrow is basically PM inspired. That, like how he moves his arrow, that's one of his custom moves. Trampoline launch, the launches any foe next to you in the air. So this move having a hitbox, like PM did that as well. High speed drill, very much, yeah, good points there. These were also PM ideas that kind of became custom moves. Imagine P plus Sonic played this up, homing attack. Oh, the really annoying campy Sonic stuff. Hammer, spin, yeah, I don't want to see that ever in anything, please. And double spring, yeah. No. Keep. You guys hate Ultimate Sonic, right? You don't want these. You want to stay far away from these. You want to protect. Yeah, this is exactly what. This is what I think when you when I get reminded of these, especially this one. For those who don't know, these were the most broken custom moves. If you hate Sonic in fucking in Ultimate, he's like souped up. Chopper Kong, oh my god. Yeah, bring back the upbeat. Now, I'm not saying like you again. I want to preface this again. I'm not saying you take the actual animations. I'm not saying you act like I'm saying you rebuild them. P plus Sheik with Bouncing Fish would make her 50 times cooler. I actually agree, but maybe you make Bouncing Fish kind of weak. You don't like the Sheik is already really good. You got to keep that in account. But her side B was really weird and awkward. And in Sakurai agreed because he eventually changed it too in Smash 4. I know again it's like supposed to represent melee and stuff, but I think naturally, if we existed in the perfect world, that would be Sheik, is with Bouncing Fish and the grenade. Give Wario his bike, that's a hot take. Imagine if she could land Bouncing Fish. The chain is so funny. It is funny if you think about it. It's really just like... It's really just... it's like the most random move. They're like, yeah, why not? And Sheik's moveset is like made from the ground up, so... Again, I think it was just part of like Melee's crunch. They were just like, yeah, why not? Give that to Sheik and she's good now. So.
That's another thing to take into account too. It's like if you wanted a move like that for Sheik, obviously at that point you can't have transforming Zelda Sheik anymore.
Nope.
Because now you got a new move. What does that mean for Zelda at that point? And their viability that they are essentially symbiotically linked to is no longer a thing because you're now changing up their entire functionality, not being able to transform anymore. The same way that we had to take that into account with Pyramithra being in the game because we couldn't get them to transform. So how do you make them more viable when they no longer have the ability to switch between the heavy hitter and the easier combo chainer / recoverer, basically?
Yes.
So a lot of things shape the balance entirely. So that kind of brings it back around one more time. Even if P plus never decides to go too experimental with what it decides to do in the future. There's nothing stopping other mods, like Rex, for example, if we really wanted to experiment in those areas. Because there's nothing in our code of honor or our guidelines where it's like, oh, you can only put stuff in before this cutoff date. Like if we wanted to give Luigi his actual poltergeist grab with the plunger, we could do that if we wanted to.
Yeah.
And we might. I don't know if we're gonna, but we might.
That would be crazy. Yeah, I remember you were talking to me about that behind the scenes about how would I feel if you know, like these characters had different like more out there versions, like they're more original and more, it was more Rex instead of P plus, and I thought that was interesting. Who knows? Honestly, I love P plus, but like I think P plus, they most of the time make the correct move, and like there's maybe like a one time I think where people complained, and that was like I feel like when Charizard's neutral B got changed, but over time I think people adapt to some of those things. Maybe not to this day, maybe not for everybody, but I think like while I'm asking for Ganondorf to be changed more significantly, I guess, but like as long as the spirit of the character is represented in some way, I think you could get somewhere. That's my 2 cents. Maybe they're already good enough and people don't really care. That's probably part of it too, I guess. But
that's I guess for every Bowser Fireball, there's a Charizard Thunder Punch. You know, where it's like some things work for people, some things don't. It's case by case.
It is.
The other reason that we feel like we have more of that wiggle room to make changes to the base roster if we wanted to in Rex is because it's not just about the base roster anymore. It's also about this massive EX roster of characters with their own unique gimmicks and functionalities and, you know, advantages, disadvantages. So with a meta being that vast and the matchups being all over the board just because there's so many characters you can barely keep track of them half the time, I think it's more fair game to experiment with some of that stuff because the matchup system is already completely all over the place because you already have all these new variables shaking up the status quo. So that Luigi actually being able to grab at better ranges would probably benefit his kit to deal with all the crazy new stuff that people have to deal with.
100%, man. Yes. It gets you thinking. I think case by case, for those who want to answer to the title, it's case by case. And I brought up some of my cases for me personally, because I was doing a tier list and I was like, man, what could you do with these characters? Spider Dude said I've never talked this deeply about like PM, but like if you think about it, there's a lot of genius going on like in there. Like it's just like. It started from wanting to literally add Melee Falco to Brawl, and then it just became its own being, where that same being has inspired, again, Icons, Combat Arena existed, you know, you could maybe say Multiverses at one point might have been kind of inspired by it. You could definitely say Nickelodeon All-Stars, 100% was inspired. The other game, I forgot, Slap City, very PM inspired. Yes, like you said, there's a lot of things that were inspired by a fucking mod. So, I mean, this is already like a real, like in my opinion, it's one of the best mods of all time. That might be a hot take and a bias, but
in a lot of ways, though, it still is, just because it did its own thing and it did it really well. It gave people that Melee 2 they always wanted to have, essentially, and then some.
Yes.
And still allowed you to enjoy everything that you did like about Brawl. It made Brawl fun for the people that weren't getting the fun out of it the way they were anticipating, because of how radically different the overall like play style was from Melee to Brawl. So people got their wish. They got to still play the game. They got to do subspace and all the stuff that was there, just, you know, with a more favorable engine, favorable gameplay.
Yeah.
And it's still around. You can play older builds of PM before P plus existed. You can play older versions of P plus, current P plus. So it's like there's already so much out there, and that's also why for me with the project that I am a part of, being a part of Rex and having like PM still as the basic foundation, the building blocks that shape where we, you know, refine these characters and try to lock them into that sweet spot. There's still room to allow for like more, because the end of the day, there's so many builds out there to play. Why keep playing the same thing over and over again when there's so many different things to enjoy and experience?
Why lock us down? Okay, I wish I could speak to maybe some current PM people or some P plus people, because they probably have that insight. They probably maybe have more, because I know everyone had opposing kind of opinions. But I know that was like one of their things was like, don't add future stuff. And I'm not saying that, you know, like I want to preface that 110 times. Like, I'm not saying you add any of this stuff, but what if, like, we're all modding at the end of the day? It's fucking, like, who cares at the end of the day? I'm not saying you take everything, but what if you made your own idea that is inspired? Like, they made Toon Link's Up B inspired by 64 Link. You know what I mean? That's technically another Smash game. Like, oh, well, I guess I don't, like, if we use that argument, couldn't we use that for, oh, I don't want to play 64 Link because I got 64 Link and P+, and it's Toon Link. You know what I mean? Like, the argument doesn't, like, I understand why it exists. It's to keep them, like, away from, like, the wrath of Nintendo in that lane, because they're afraid of that. They're afraid of getting sued for that shit. But Nintendo will sue you for making fucking Stadium frozen, which they already did.
Or for giving online support to your game to begin with.
Making them look bad. Yeah, they don't like you.
Yep.
Monty, we're fucking cooking, bro. I just want to say, this is, like, everyone in chat, I'm definitely going to make this into a video, because I think about this a lot. Like, I'm not even, like, the best PM guy. I want to, like, I want this to bring some PM discussion. That, like, I have a platform for a fucking reason, bro. I was working at, like a part-time job in college. I was working at GNC, and I was not making videos at the time, and I was thinking about PM all the time. Like, I was, like, I'm not the best, but I was thinking about, like, man, I love Ike's moveset, and I don't even, like, fucking main him. I could talk about why I like it so much. I could talk about, like, what the genius of PM, and, like, and granted, like, I'm looking at this roster, it's very tight knit. I built the backbone of my fucking channel on just talking about fucking characters. People have been up to me in real life, and they said, I play the game because of you. And I was like, what the fuck? That's like the one time I leave my house. Like, someone went up to me and was like, oh, you da-da-da. Like, I played the game because you made a video about Diddy Kong. And I was like, what? It's like, and I beat him, thank God. I almost lost. I was like, no, I can't lose. But he came up to me. Yeah, he said he thought he picked up Diddy because of me. And I was like, hey, that's what I want. But, like, that's part of why I did this shit, is because, like, there's a fucking genius to PM. It's like a fucking, in my opinion, it's a masterpiece. Some people fucking comment and they're like, it's not a mod, it's not a Smash game, don't treat it like a Smash game. Bro, you don't understand the amount of fucking work that they put into this mod. I consider it a Smash game because it is basically a completely different experience. It is basically a completely different beast. Not many mods do that. That's how high acclaim it is for me. It's like one of my favorite games of all time, and yes, it's a mod. But a lot of mods start out as mods. They just officially become games, or these games copy them. You know what I mean? A lot of these very good mods, they become games, or it's copied in other media. You know?
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, it's always about polish. Back in the day, I could be one of those sticklers where it's like, oh, it's not official, so who cares? But I'm getting up there in years, and, you know, I want to have fun where I know I'm going to have fun.
And there's not a Smash game coming out anytime soon, right? As far as you know.
I mean, it's part of the reason why Rex is doing, you know, what it's doing right now and so well, is because we're here to, like, keep certain people hydrated during the Smash drought, basically.
Yeah.
Like, and that's good, because there were some people, this is a little off topic now, but when we revealed Chief the way that we did, so many people complimented the fact that even if the direction wasn't as locked in as, like, an official reveal would be, we still tried to maintain that spirit on some level with that reveal. Wanted it to still feel special and to feel like an event, which is why I wanted Chief to have his own proper cinematic style trailer. I wanted it to be as close as possible to, like, getting the real deal. This was that consolation prize that King Bob and them originally were doing with Banjo before Banjo officially got officially announced.
Yes.
Doing the same thing for the people out there that wanted Chief and didn't get him. but still to give them something special that they could sink their teeth into, just to scratch that itch of like, what if this guy had actually made it in the game? And I saw people saying how they not only were they shocked that we did make him real, but that we went to such lengths to make his reveal so special and to treat it like an event in its own right. I saw one guy make a video earlier, earlier on. It was like toward the end of last year. He did like a video covering. He's like, yeah, I know it's a mod, but the way they revealed him, just you could tell how serious they were about how special his inclusion was and how refined everything was. Like they were taking it so seriously, and that's what made it feel as real as it possibly could, despite it not being an official character.
100%.
Like, we wanted that same, like, that thrill, because for one thing, we didn't get him. There were a lot of people, myself included, that wanted it to happen but didn't. So this was a way of like the next best thing. But because of the fact that we aren't seeing Smash Bros stuff right now, we wanted to make his especially as like the front runner, but even any of the other characters, like having Shovel Knight playable or Soul Bad Guy, just giving people that excitement that they do feel when it's like, all right, which character is joining the roster now? It's that same wow factor in a lot of ways when you're sitting there going, oh my gosh, I'm a fan of this franchise. Look, it's now in Smash Bros. Here we go.
Yes.
So yeah, we're gonna keep doing what we're doing until the day comes. Either the next big Smash game comes out and we all put our eyes on that to see what's cooking next officially into the future, or the worst case scenario is like if we do get a little too big and start getting a little too much attention and Nintendo's over here like, nope, can't have that anymore.
Yeah, we've talked about that behind the scenes of like trying to stay away from the wrath of Nintendo. But I've learned as the years going by, like they'll get you for anything. Like I said, they got Ludwig for literally freezing Pokemon Stadium. I've heard they like try to stealth change Melee and not let people know with UCF. Like they try to like just put UCF in there, which those who don't know, it's where they fix dashback because that was a bug in the game. They like stealth fix bugs that are in the game, but technically that's still modding, even though you're doing it for the goodwill of the game. It's not really changing that much. Like it's just like this kind of gets into Z jumping and like all that shit, but like that's maybe a little bit more of a separate conversation, of course. But Nintendo will get you for fucking anything, is what I'm saying. Like that. Yeah. The idea of avoiding Ultimate stuff or in Smash 4 stuff, I agree with it. You know, because you don't. It's a different can of worms. But if you take it by a case basis and spin it in your own way. What is so like someone else brought up Roy's jab in Ultimate. They love it a lot more. I would agree. I like Roy's jab. It's a very fucking good animation. I also think his down air is really good animation. Like I've seen mods like even Beyond Melee do that stuff where they gave Roy his ultimate, you know, the rising fucking jab that he has, or the down air that with his fist kind of pushed down.
We technically have it too with Ultimate Roy as an outload.
Yeah. And it feels better.
Some people say, and I've even seen some people say where it's like, you know, because it
looks
brought
better
up off and on a few times. Yeah, and it's like, you know, if we did decide, because we've said before, where it's like, you know, we're running out of room. We can only put so many characters, modded characters, into the game because there's a limit. And we've said before, alternate movesets are essentially another version of that character. It's a slot. A slot's being taken in order for there to be two Roys. So. Or to any characters, whether it be Zero Suit Samus, you know, it's a separate character taking a slot. Yes. So even though it's like officially look at our roster where it's like, oh, it looks like there's 120, blah blah blah. It's like technically there's like over 140 or whatever with all the alternate movesets, whether it be the ultimate movesets or the busted characters like Giga Bowser, Supersonic, Shadow, blah blah blah. Those all take slots too. Right. So if we reach a point where it's like we're getting too far along and we can't go beyond that limit of 242, then what do you do at that point? You have to start making sacrifices, start cutting redundant slots. Alternate movesets are more redundant than actually having a fully fledged new character at that point.
Yeah.
So if that were to happen and we decide, hey, you know, we're our own thing, we change these base characters around if we want. I've seen some people say that they think it would be cool if there was a mix of PM with the Ultimate Roy and just combine it into one moveset. Take the best of both and make it. Yeah. So you get the best of what PM Roy has to offer with the really
best.
cool stuff that he officially got.
Yeah.
And then boom, there's Roy. You don't need one moveset or the other because now you're playing like the Rex version or something.
Right.
And we'd have to take that into account. So it's like same thing would be applied to any character that has an alt moveset like our Zero Suit Samus, because we have the actual like ultimate style one with the rocket boots. Lose the slot, it's like, all right, maybe combine the best of both into this moveset now.
Yeah. So how would you feel, Monty, though, if like, because you obviously have Rex, and that's like you said, it's a different being, but like some of the PM stuff does affect you guys too, like the P plus stuff, like when they changed the tags and stuff like that. And obviously, you know, if it's a balance change, you would port that over, you would port that data over. But if from a fan perspective, would you want ultimate flavored inspired animations? That, see how I said those words? Flavored, inspired in quotations for certain characters in P plus. As a fan.
As long as it fit well in the engine. And not talking like visually, more so just
spiritually.
Moveset balance, fitting the kit, going with the flow of the overall like combat loop that is the PM P plus experience.
Yes.
Because even if you did give Ganon a sword, for example, well, you still want to try to keep that spirit maintained. So in a way, even if you did give him a sword,
he technically still has a sword. It's down taunt.
Yeah.
You just make it a different move.
Actually, like,
similar animation.
The moves that probably, unless it was something that was helping the kit in a way where it felt like it actually was fundamentally going in a direction that helped. Kind of like with Bowser changing out an entire flamethrower neutral B with a fireball.
That was genius. Genius change.
And it worked well.
Yes.
But
I like genius changes. Well. And sometimes you gotta go a little fucking out there to add a genius change. Not everyone likes Thunder Punch on Charizard, but I still think it was worth an attempt, in my opinion. Like, I think somebody has found use for that move, even though people just don't like how it looks, you know? Like, the heart, it was in the right place. It was because Flamethrower got removed for Bowser, so I'm sure they were like, well, why keep this fucking move on Charizard? And well, some people might have had a different argument of, no, I just liked it. It was like, I liked it on Charizard, and I liked Bowser's being gone, but Charizard having it, or whatever. I know some people might comment, and like that might be their argument, you know, for that move. There's a whole, like, I know people would probably write essays on Charizard Thunder Punch, but I feel like sometimes when these characters like needed it, like Bowser and P plus, and Kirby even with his down B, like that was a great change, by the way, with changing grounded down B and making it slide, you know, giving even DK, like they had to nerf it, but like his aerial down B that did not exist, that is technically a Smash 4 thing. That I just fucking figured, I forgot about that. His aerial down B, he doesn't have one. He does not have one in Brawl. Right. Let's this is a very important like fucking mic drop moment. That's basically what I'm saying. If you think about it, that move, the aerial down, like, I want to fucking show it. This is holy shit. I'm fucking cooking right now. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? He does not have an aerial down B in any game, and I remember the first time they show it, it's in Smash 4. So does that mean, by that logic, they're banned from ever doing that because Smash 4 did it? What's up, Kyle? What's up, my man? What's up, man? I'm cooking right now. Let me show this. It made me
think, actually.
Yeah.
It made me, because, Donkey Kong.
I'm pulling this up right now to show you guys.
He got the aerial down B.
Elite ball knowledge. Yes. This, bro, there's a huge misconception for people coming through that, like, PM can't have this stuff that existed in future Smash games. Of course I load P plus and my controller's not in. That's the honest concept.
Oh no!
That's
Careful,
me.
they're gonna want to play. They're gonna want to play matches.
Yeah, we'll do that. We'll do that. I'll wrap, like, this is kind of like the final. I think some of the devs do know what exactly we're talking about, though. Some of the devs, they know exactly what we're talking about. I'm sure it's a case by case basis even for them. But what they did to aerial down B for Donkey Kong is exactly what I'm asking for some of these characters. It's exactly what I'm asking for Luigi, maybe his grab. I know some people are like, oh, like, but like his grab game kind of is shit, and I feel like it would kind of benefit him. Where I don't think it's too drastic of a change. Maybe I'm not a Luigi main, but Luigi's usually lower on the tier list for a lot of people, and like one of the things that people mention is Luigi's grab game is fucking awkward. This is what I'm talking about. Let me load up DK. This move was PM. This was not in P+, sorry. This was not in PM. This was P+.
Yeah.
This down B. But this idea of doing aerial down B did not exist in Brawl, Melee, 64. Not even in the early updates of PM. He couldn't do this in the air. It literally did nothing. If you did this, there was no input. So P+ added this. But guess what game? Smash Game did that before them. I can show you because it's in the very fucking first trailer of Smash 4. It's DK doing that. They show he has an aerial down B because a lot of characters had. There was one of the weird things about some of these characters is they had grounded versions of these moves, but they didn't have aerial versions of these moves, and Donkey Kong was one of them. It was really weird. Let me Smash 4. Or actually, you know what? I don't need to show it, but you guys know what I'm fucking talking about. Like Smash 4. Let me just fucking go Donkey Kong on the Smash Wiki. I'm pretty sure it's either Ultimate or Smash 4. He gets that move, and those games did it first before DK officially did that shit. So let me look it up. Fucking down. Okay. It's called fucking hand slap. Give me a sec to look this up. Okay, hand slap. Or you know what? You know what I have? Sorry, let me just do this. Let me do this in real time so I can show it. I have a beautiful game called Smash 4 that I have legally. So if you want to say anything in chat, like if you all have anything to say, go ahead. And you have the floor, Monty, if you want to say anything right now.
I do find it funny that, yeah, because I know you're getting ready to showcase it, but yeah, you had Smash 4, that was the first one to be like, alright DK, you can actually do something with your hands, down air, in the air, instead of just, no
and they also, dash attack was, you know, they, like that PM, and PM did it first. I always bring that up. But the later Smash games were like, yeah, duh, fucking Roll. You guys remember that? Roll was not, like, he had the ugliest dash attack I've ever seen in Melee and Brawl. It is in 6-4. It's the worst dash attack animation. It just, like, it's so awkward for Donkey Kong, and I never liked it, and no one liked it. And I get why everyone wanted to change, because it's so awkward. And it's just like the better idea is literally right in front of your face. That's the same thing for Ganondorf, in my opinion. It's like the better idea is literally in front of our eyes. Sorry to the Ganondorf, like, Melee purists, but, like, not saying you take everything out, but, like, there are better ideas to fix certain aspects of these characters that, you know, like, DK, like, had very awkward animations that didn't help him, and, like, he was, like, he was just, like, beat relentlessly because of his size. And then they're like, oh, really fast dash attack. Look at that. Now he has a speedier option, and that fucking helped him in PM, like, instantly, because it was like, now he was faster. Now he was like, he could do it, he could slide off platforms too, which was actually really fucking cool. I don't think I think they later did that in other Smash games too, I think. Right? Is platform slide off a thing in Ultimate?
You know,
I think it is.
It was.
I don't know, but even if it isn't, like, it just shows that, like, the better ideas are literally right in front of our eyes most of the time. Like, it's just like there's that stupid rule that kind of blocks us from doing it. Do you guys remember this great game?
There's definitely argument where you could actually go out of your way to incorporate newer features if reworked to better fit that experience. Kind of going back to what I was saying before. If you wanted to give, like, Ganon some sword moves to, you know, feel more in line with, like, where he's currently at officially, but still want to make it different, you don't have to have the hitboxes be like, you can make a sword swing but make it work differently.
I was right. I was right.
You could make it like, yeah.
I just showed it. Yes. So this is what I'm talking about. This was technically okay. So people were just coming through. They're like, "What are you doing?" This move where he does aerial down B, it technically did not exist in any other Smash game at all, and it didn't exist in PM. This little aerial move did absolutely nothing in Brawl, Melee, 64. How are you playing Smash 4? Because I had to show it. Like I had to make sure I got this right. Because I got the Luigi Poltergeist wrong and I felt bad. I was like, damn it. I was like, how did I forget that Luigi's Final Smash is the iconic weird ass dance? I want to. That's the reason why I got it wrong earlier. It's so iconic that it's dog shit. But it's like laughably weird. But I want to make sure I got this correct. He can do aerial down B in the air, and that did not exist in any official Smash game. They did this because it was just like, duh. Every other fucking move is like that. There's an aerial version of it. This is a goofy animation, but you get what I'm saying. Like, PM later did a move that is very inspired from this. PM, P+. So Project M didn't have this idea either until Project Plus, where they added it as a single slap attack. It is inspired from this idea, though. This is the same idea spiritually. So that's what I'm saying with Ganondorf. Maybe make a different version of his... Oh, God. Do you guys ever fucking
you could do a sword up smash, but have it be a two-hitter,
yes.
like how it's...
Yeah, or maybe it does the same arc, but it's still, you coded it yourself. You know what I mean? Like, like you could do these things, in my opinion, because it's a mod. But like, I know some people like, oh, but that's... Look at this god-awful Ganondorf fucking... My favorite.
He's your favorite.
He's my favorite character ever. I used to have like a mod where I could zoom into his face. But like, just this ugly, just slow, like, that's what I mean. Like, just, if he wasn't in... this moveset would be completely different if he had the Brawl, if he was made in Brawl. And I know some people wish like he had custom moves. Sure, why not? You could fucking do whatever you want, technically. But I understand that some people are like, well, that's, you know, I like Ganon, like da-da-da. I get that argument, but like also at the same time, some of these characters in P+ are heavily changed. Lucas, Snake, whatever. So it's case by case, but I say sprinkle it here and there. That's my 2 cents. Sprinkle it like a little shower. One of the things for Pikachu I want to show, and then I'll play some matches, and I've this has been like the coolest fucking talk. Like I've talked with Monty like a little bit off stream, like a little like here and there. We've kind of dabbled in this, and also I've thought about this. Like this has been something that's always been on like my mind, where I was like, man, why don't we just like, not saying to open the floodgates completely and just be like, now it's Ultimate, but with like, I'm not saying that, but like, fix a couple of these things, you know? Smash 4 content? Do you see how I closed out of that game so fast, Applewind? I was like, no. I'm done with this game. I don't want to look at it anymore. Let me pull up Ultimate. Yeah, let me pull up Ultimate, because I want to show some of the Pikachu things that I'm like, I wish Pikachu kind of had, like, I would like Pikachu a lot more in PM if he had some of these things. Again, this is my world. I'm like, not everyone's going to agree with me. I know the Pikachu mains might be like, well, I don't know, but I'm just saying like a couple things. You sprinkle a couple ideas that are like spiritually, maybe they represent future Smash game ideas, but they're made with the P+ soul, if that makes sense. Mm-hmm. That's where I think that this idea goes to. And honestly, bro, like the Donkey Kong hand slap thing is exactly what I'm talking about. I wish a PM dev was like here, like fucking, like we would probably rat it off for like hours. But like, what's up, Applewind? I'm gonna upload this as a video. This is like, I feel like I'm on all cylinders right now. Like I feel like I'm just, because I think about this stuff a lot. I can't lie. Like it's I love PM, but like some of the characters, I'm like, good, they fixed Kirby and Bowser, but like I'm like, who's next? Who's getting like kind of fixed now? Like who?
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Go a little further.
Yeah, and it's already perfect. I love it.
A little bit more beyond.
Yes, I love it. And it's my favorite Smash game of all time. I say that all the time. I don't care. But I'm like, who is the next character, like, because I made a tier list just now of like the characters that I like kind of the most, and I'm like, this is like the versions of them that I'm like I'll show it again while Ultimate's loading up. You know, like I made this version, I was like, but some of the things I wish Luigi had, you can't do because it's like Ultimate inspired or whatever. It's an Ultimate idea, but like I know some people would love if he had the Poltergeist, but it's the melee Poltergeist. If he had the, it's Luigi Mansion. Like, but here's the thing, like, PM has kind of done what P Plus has done. Basically what I'm saying with DK's aerial down B. They've done that, like, Mario's builder costume is technically a past, or a future Smash, skin. Even though they did it first, I understand that. But some of these things, it's just like, that's the natural thing you would go with them, you know? Like, with Luigi, with Ganon, even Pikachu. But let me boot up Smash Ultimate Pikachu real fast, because I want to show exactly what I'm talking about with Pika. And Pika is like very competitive in that game. I know some people were saying they should add Pichu. I'm not even saying add Lin, bro. I'm not even like, I know I used to say add Lin. I wish they would, but maybe one day. I don't know. I'm still not. I'm not saying like I'm that going that far. But I'm just talking like some of these ideas for the existing cast. You know. All right. Let me boot this up. Is there any, Monty, is there any changes that stick out to you where you would, like, for character-specific idea, like, move-by-move basis? Not like a blanket thing or, like, a copy and paste. Like, what comes to you right away?
It's a tricky thing, mostly because when I do play PMP+, I mostly do stick to playing Samus.
Yeah, I know that's your man, right? And that's what I knew you were gonna have a good outlook on this.
And due to that, I've already pretty much got myself adjusted to like what's currently going on there, in a way where it's like I haven't really thought too far beyond what's already established, because some of those elements that they did incorporate with like the ice mode is kind of scratching that itch, checking off the boxes of like what I'd want out of her kit.
Yes.
In the sense of like, because I've talked about it a little bit before, ice mode, forward air
is basically what we're kind of asking for in some ways. I said forward air being stronger. Ice mode is kind of like that.
Yeah, ice mode giving you an up smash that also kills. You know, it swaps out the more janky, fiery effects of those hitboxes and gives you more actual kill moves instead of, what you're stuck with by default. Because Ultimate, those moves do kill. Forward air and Ultimate will kill. Up smash and Ultimate will do the same. So Ice Mode does those things for me, basically. I can take stocks by either using a forward air or an up smash that I could not do before because of how funky the fire effects are in those older games with how the hitboxes work. You can't quite make that proper drag-in style hitbox the way you can in the newer engines.
Yes. 100%.
So that was their fix to allow you to still do damage without, because you do get multi-hit damage out of the forward air and the up smash by default, but they're not kill moves. So it's giving it ice mode where it's just a solid, here's the hitbox that does what it needs to do. Now they're kill moves. So I got what I need out of Samus. I got the charging in midair, like in the newer games. Like the kit is doing what I need it to for me to be at my potential. Right. When I'm facing other people. As far as the broader roster goes, though, I'd have to kind of like dive back in and go through and be like, all right, who's got something I feel they could greatly benefit from? Yeah. In order to really like refine them or to push them a little further to tap into even further potential.
I think some people like would bring up Mario too with it. Yeah, like we brought up the down B. Let me get this loaded up on. I think I have it now. Yay! Yay! My favorite version of Sonic, right, guys? No.
Oh no.
Pikachu is like kind of like where I feel like Pikachu's played a lot more in this game than like other Smash games, and I feel like it's just because, obviously 64 Pikachu exists, and obviously like they were trying to like a lot of melee Pikachu as well as in P+, and Brawl. It's like kind of like Yoshi where it's a mixture of all three, but I don't know if it's like necessarily the best version of the character. It's kind of like a jack of all trade. master none like kind of thing, but like I know some people do like it. I know the back air 64's back air, and I brought up that was like cool, but there's just something about like Pikachu in later Smash games where he is like a little bit more fine-tuned competitively, I would say, where like he's a little bit more sauced up. I'm not saying you make him sauced up like this game, but Samus is actually the same way. I was going to bring up your opinion on Samus in this game, because I know Samus is getting banned, right, by HBox or something. Like, they banned, like I'm almost, like, kind of out, like, I'm so out of the Ultimate scene right now, like, I'm not actually kind of surprised. Like, I'm like, what the fuck? That kind of surprised me. I feel like it came out of nowhere, of, like, Samus, like, all of a sudden, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how do you feel about Samus in this game?
I mean, I guess I should feel honored that apparently she's so busted in her own right that she'd have to be banned from online. Because that's also the thing. It's an online Ultimate bracket.
Yeah.
Online meta for Ultimate is a different beast than in person because of just how bad the lag is and all that fun stuff.
The lag is awful.
But I get it. Because Samus has buttons. She's got a chargeable projectile Falcon Punch. Because that is basically what it is fully charged. It's a projectile Falcon Punch. She's got kill buttons on so many of her moves with the forward air, the up smash, the dash attack, the up air. I keep forgetting up air is actually a kill option in Ultimate because it's just that good of a move.
Yep.
And up B, screw attack also kills now too.
Really? Whew.
Yep. So many moves in the past that were just
dash attack too, right?
Yeah,
dash attack. Like, I'm saying, like, you could maybe go that direction where dash attack becomes, like, crazy, you know, or for, like, PM Samus or some, like, sort of ideas like that. Pikachu's dash attack that's a kill move, too. I forgot about that. That fucking move is almost killing Puff at, like, 100. Like, a lot of these moves are just a little bit more aggressive, you know, for Pikachu. The down B is also a kill move. That's a big thing. I actually like that too. This Nair, I fucking like, just, ooh, like, it's a spicy move. I'm not saying you add this Nair, but the down air is very effective in Ultimate, and it like, I think it has a spike or meteor hitbox or something, but I know it can hit you downward, and it's like, that's one of the reasons why Pikachu is like a menace in this game. Like, because this is like, what, like, I'm trying to think, like, why. I'm not saying you add this back here, by the way. I actually like the 64 back here. Not saying the animation ain't good. They didn't cook with that. But I do like the Nair, but like, I understand the Nair is like a hard-hitting attack. This would probably exist in like HDR or something, but the Nair and PM is like that. It's the melee one.
Yeah.
But like, this down air, like, it would be cool if Pikachu and P+ had like a spike, you know, or a meteor, and maybe not spike, but you know what I mean, like, where it's like it can actually be effective off stage, where he's like dangerous. I think that would be cool. Maybe even Thunder having a lot more knockback. Like, they did go that way in Smash 4. It's pretty bad. Thunder's actually kind of dog shit. I'm not even gonna lie. Even in P+, like, Thunder is kind of dog shit. You know, I don't know if you can, like, change up his throws. He's pretty much, the thing with Pikachu is he has really bad grab range. Like, grab range is horrible, and even he makes a goofy face when he, like, grabs, because I think naturally, like, even they know, like, it's not. Like, his grab game can be comparable, but the grab itself, because he's so stubby, is not the best. You know what I mean? Like, a character with better range is gonna have a better grab, and grabs also suck in Ultimate. But I know Fair as well. People have said they like later Smash game Fair, because look how disjointed it is. It's like very effective. Like, look how like much knockback it's dealing. This would not be this effective in any of the previous Smash games. The later hits are really effective. Let me bring up your main, Samus.
Oh boy.
We brought up Samus. Dark Samus is the same thing, but it's another thing, man. Is just like, it's crazy because like these are 64 characters that kind of become a little bit more aggressive as time goes on, and they actually get like changes that I think these are like the actual better versions of some of these characters, like competitively at least. Like forward air, the late hit having a meaty hitbox, as you guys saw right there. Like, that's that is a later Smash game thing where like that move was never doing that in Melee. Like that's
Yeah, it never had that much knockback.
Oh,
It never
yeah.
had that much, like, it wasn't a kill move.
Up
Now
smash
it
is
is.
also
You can actually take
crazy
stocks.
in this game. Up smash like I mean it's so much better. Like up smash is like you would very likely fall out of the hits in Melee, especially. I
Yeah.
think Brawl too. Like, but I know Melee, it was like really like what the fuck? Like it was like weird. Even this, Samus does not have this down air, and I mean she sort of does. Like a lot of her moves are like just more effective. They have more range in this game, and they're not as laggy. They're not, you know, she's still like a laggy kind of character, but her moves are faster.
Are
like
still,
the move, yeah,
their
she's
league's better than what they used to be. Because
which is
now
kind of
they
what PM
actually
was
can...
doing, you know, with some of their
Yeah.
characters. Like that was what
Yeah.
the PM design philosophy is. So I feel like they did that with Samus, big time. Like like dash attack will probably kill it as percent. Oh, just about. Like I bet if I was closer to the ledge, it definitely kills. Like that. That's what I mean. Like it would be crazy. I'm not saying like Samus again. I'm sure people would bring up like Samus is supposed to be a tank because that's what she is in Melee. Definitely is a tank character. Peach is also supposed to be a tank character. I think that's a valid argument. Like these versions of these characters are like, you know, even fucking Peach is like a completely different beast in this game. That's kind of why I didn't want to like. I don't know how to really go with Peach, you know, because she is like this is like combo character. This is like combo like let me fucking study the game combos for like Peach is not a combo character in Melee. I can say that because I main her in Melee. Where in this game you're using turnip, you're doing combos out of it, and you do that in Melee. But in this game it is like completely different, like fair kills, like all like she's not a tank. She's like more of a glass cannon, I guess you could say. Like I think that's a better way to describe her. It's like radically kind of different versions of Peach, but PM technically like did that with some of their characters, where like they were balanced in this way where they became more of a glass cannon. Mewtwo is the perfect example of that, you know, because I think Mewtwo would have been a glass cannon in Melee if he was designed a little bit more effectively and wasn't as weird, but
yeah,
they did that. They did it like Ultimate ended up doing it with some different characters like Peach and Pikachu, you know, even Samus, but PM kind of was a little bit more faithful to like the older versions, but it's a case by case basis. Not every character is faithful to their older versions, so
yeah.
I think
It's fascinating.
That's the fucking topic. I'll mic drop that shit right there because I said I would play with people, but I'll make that into a fucking video. That literally like oh my gosh, like that. People were saying I've never spoke about PM that deeply. I'm like, bruh. You gotta think about PM, man.
It's always there.
You gotta, yeah. It is 100%. Like there's a lot of juice in that the fruit of PM. 1v1 me in RBY. I'll play. I know some people were. Is Miko still here? I know some people were waiting to play. And Monty, if you want to play later, we could.
I'd be down to play after the line thins out, as it were.
If anyone wants to play,
So yeah,
I'm down.
I know there were a few that were won, like Miko, and I'm sure Big Bomb wants to get some matches in post Rider Day bracket, which, yeah, you're good to go on that front, by the way, for next time if you're down.
What time do they start?
Let's see. So you're Central Time.
Yeah.
They would be starting around 5 o'clock for you.
Oh, 5 p.m. Okay. And then when do they go
that being
to?
said, and then it usually goes. One had about 14 people competing tonight, and bracket ran till about I think it was about almost till 9 your time.
Okay, so it's about like 4 hours. That's
yeah. And then that being said, they have people drop in and out during commentating too. It's not like once you're here, you gotta keep it going until the very end. So it's like, if you got a good moment, hop in.
Okay.
Keep those matches interesting, and then it's like, if you gotta go do your thing, basically.
Yeah, if they're connect me with one of the people if there's people in charge with that or whatever. And I'll.
Oh, actually, you're already set.
Oh, okay.
I
Nice.
did all the work for you. You got
Oh,
the role
appreciate that.
now, so you're
Oh.
able to actually see the proper commentating channel that's in there.
Oh wow. Oh, is that the I see the commentary. Okay, gotcha.
Yep, yep, yep. Your name should be green now and everything too.
Ah, I see. I see. Okay, cool. See that, guys? See that?
Yep.
All right. I appreciate that. Yeah.
He's an official commentator now.
I'll try to do that next week. Yeah, 5.
Nice.
Yeah. Sounds
That'll
good.
be cool. Hoping, because obviously, brackets have gone anywhere from like a good couple dozen people to a little bit more. Last couple have been a little bit lower on the turnout, but still decent enough to keep it running for a bit.
Maybe I'll do a channel post, and give it some light.
Yeah, be like, go check out the bracket. I'm here
I'll
talking about
commentate.
the bracket as the matches are happening.
I'll commentate. Yeah. I've never actually
Me too.
commentated. This is actually, but I think I definitely could cook. So I'll.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, and you're familiar with,
Yeah, I'm
obviously
familiar with
this is
the
the
game.
move. You've seen a lot of these moves in action. You know what, what characters are
I
using
know
it
what
up
to
there, or
say.
forward air. Or
Yeah, I understand
or
all
like,
this.
oh no, you got caught in that hitbox, that nasty hitbox, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Now that'd be cool, definitely.
Yeah, I'll be down. Fuck yeah. Okay. Does anyone want to play? I'll give it to if Monty wants to play. If no one says this is the last call. If anyone wants to play, or else I'll give it to Monty.
There's your chance. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to go
Alright.
boot up my desktop and everything.
Yep. What,
Which
I
can
assume
definitely do.
Rex, right? Alright, I want to put.
Yeah,
Alright, let me put that shit up. Let me get in there.
it's the only place I can go to play my main.
Ah! Someone showed a mod of Toon Chic, and I'm like, thank God Sakurai did not finish that idea. Ooh, hot take. Hot take.
Ooh,
We could
spicy.
do Splice. We can play Pokemon after. If after I face Monty, we can play Pokemon.
All right, I'm getting booted up then.
I didn't
Alright,
actually build any
loading.
teams, for the record, but maybe we could do like random Gen 4, Gen 3, or some shit. I don't know. Those are the gens I like the most. All right.
Well, actually, so while I'm getting booted up here, and speaking of controversial conversations, what are your thoughts on Fire Red, Leaf Green on the Switch, and not on the online store as their own standalone releases?
What does that mean? Like them releasing for full price?
I mean, they're $20 each.
Mhm.
But people were shocked because the other Pokemon games that are available on the Switch are all through the online, like, Game Boy Online, stuff like that. But here they are releasing these games as standalones.
Oh, so they're putting them behind a paywall. So normally you would get, like, if you bought the online, you could play yellow, whatever, red, blue.
Yeah, because I'm pretty sure, those are all on, like, the Game Boy Online service. Whereas Fire Red, Leaf Green are their own separate things. Yeah, you got to spend money to have them downloaded, and then you'll at least have, like, the... Actually, no, I think I remember reading... from what I remember reading earlier today, was they are going to have home support, so you'll be able to send your mods from those games to home. But as far as I know, you can't actually trade with people unless you're both in person with each other. You can't do any online trading.
I might get... This might be controversial, but if you want to play the best version of Fire Red and Leaf Green, I think y'all know where to go. That's what I'll say. That's all I'll say. I did the same thing for my sister the other week because she never played those games. And you think like I'm gonna find a fucking Game Boy and hunt that shit down? Like, no. Some people do. One of my friends did that.
Actually, here's one of my gripes too. Cool that you can play the game officially now, but my gripe is you lose so much. This is my gripe also when it came to them putting the other games on the online store. It's like, oh cool, I can play Red and Blue, but it doesn't interact at all with Stadium. I can't do cool online stuff. Like, I can't put my Mons in 3D like I used to be able to back in the day when I had the transfer packs for the N64.
Yeah, it's only the new technology it interfaces with. I mean, I
Yeah,
will
which is
say it's cool that they like made the Celebi event and like the like more out there niche stuff that was like, you know, just should have been in the game. Like they just made that stuff accessible, but like literally that's just a Game Shark code. Like it's not it's not anything like that fucking crazy like you couldn't do now. But I mean, hey, I don't know
yeah.
why they're making it behind a paywall, but it's probably because Pokemon always prints money. That's why. It's like literally like they've realized that Pokemon
Mhm.
always prints money. Why not?
And it makes me so frustrated too because at the end of the day, it's like we could have the peak experience. They could find ways to get these games to have full functionality like how they used to back when I grew up with them and stuff. You know, to have all the features, the trading, the stadium functionality, or Coliseum if they wanted to go that route. Fire Red, Leaf Green. Imagine if you could play your Mons on a ported Coliseum as well. You know, that sort of
Yeah,
thing.
right.
But we're not getting any of that cool stuff. So
Nope.
because of that, you know, you're getting like a bare bones version of what you could be getting. And I play all my Mons on Steam Deck these days. I have like all the games set up on there from like everything all the way up till Black and White 2. I can play any of them at any time, and with a little ingenuity with my emulators, I can actually have my save data from those games loaded up so that I can use my stuff on Stadium and Coliseum.
Mm.
So it's like, why would I want to play the official stuff when I'm feeling like I'm getting cheated, when I can play the emulated stuff and have full functionality at that point, like the good old days?
Yeah. Nah, it's a
Like,
valid
I
argument.
it's more convenient for the average person, especially if they're not very savvy in getting all the stuff set up. But it just sucks that the average person gets so little out of what they should be
100%.
getting, basically.
Yeah.
Oop. Right, 1 second, I gotta fix my controller. For some reason my joysticks were not registering properly.
Mm.
So let's see here a second. Let's see, A, B, Y. Okay, this is starting to look right. Okay, it's reading analog. Stick motion seems okay. Alright, I'm gonna run with it. See what happens.
Sounds good.
I see your code.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I wound up hopping in during today's Ratterday because they only had 2 people commentating toward the end of it.
Mm.
I'm like, you know what? I'll offer some feedback. I got a moment. And then by the end of it, there were like 5 of us in there. I'm like, all right, that worked out.
Ah, there you go. What was how did it end? What was what it looked like?
Today's winner was a K rule.
Oh God.
Yep. Yeah, it was Bayo versus K Rule in grand finals.
Mm.
And K Rule can kind of overpower Bayo in a lot of the ways where she can normally play neutral. Her projectiles can't really do much with that cannonball flying toward.
Yeah, K. Rool is like a lot better in this game than than Ultimate. That's for sure. In Ultimate, it's fucking tragic for K. Rool.
Mm-hmm. Oh, this is weird. Let me see here a second. It says game currently running.
Oh, I saw you in the one the Julian Mario video.
Oh yeah. I popped in during that when they were testing out a couple of new characters that are being worked on in the community.
So it looks like what the I forgot the character's name, but it was like I saw the gameplay. That was there any other ones other than that one, just that one character? It was like
The actual Game Banana post, it's the one that Julian showcased so far, which is Fancy Pants Man.
right. I remember that one.
Very, very prominent Flash game, Newgrounds game character. So you get a little bit of a representation of the early internet days that way.
Oh wow.
So yeah, you got him, and then there's another character that's in that pack that has not been showcased yet, but Yeah, the other character is Excite Bike.
Oh, I didn't see him. Damn, really?
Yeah, he's not in the video because they were focusing on Fancy Pants coverage, but in the actual, like, Game Banana, where you can find the work in progresses, yeah, it's those two characters.
Damn.
Mm-hmm.
Very
Pretty
cool.
hype. Also, weird. I can't connect. It says failed to connect to server. The game is currently running.
Oh, I thought you were in. Oops, I started it. My bad.
Oh, maybe that might be why.
Are you able to join now?
Let me try.
There we go.
Yep, there I am. We're good now. Woohoo!
I was like, oh.
Like, I can't connect. What's happening?
Ah, we got it.
Yeah, we figured these things out. All right, that feels
I'm sure
promising.
when you load up, like, you might even think of like some more character ideas. Where like I'm thinking of, you know how people change Falco's laser, you know, because like Falco is also again kind of spiritually similar to Fox, but like there's some people that wish that it was like he had the ultimate fair. You know, I know some people like that's why Ultimate Falco exists. Some of these characters, man, it's just like you could talk about like, oh man, what if we did this? What if we did that? Like, oh that.
Yep.
Such a good.
Yep. And if we did combine, like, would we make it so? Because you know, PM Falco can't side B up B, but Ultimate can. Do we carry that over? Is that too controversial?
You're thinking down the road if you have to like kind of. I know what you mean. If the L loads maybe go, but you add their ideas to the P plus versions or whatever. Like I think you might be like thinking that idea. I'm sure behind the scenes probably.
Yep.
Yeah.
Stuff that we have to consider because we have to weigh different options.
Right. Oh God.
Oh yeah.
Zack.
Zack attack. It's happening.
Me. Finally, he's being buffed, and I like him. Good combo. Here, let's do one of my.
All-time favorites.
It's deep in there, but I remember it's there, and I'm like, where's that one again?
It's real, Chad.
Yeah.
It's real. Persona 4.
When I was young, like the first walkthroughs I watched were like I think Persona 4, and I had no idea what the fuck was going on. I was like, what? I didn't play the game until much later.
Mm.
Ah.
Oh, I was hoping it would. I was hoping, but I didn't do it right.
Oh. Oh, that's a thing.
Ooh. Oh, I'm so cheap. Oh no! No. Aw. Oh snap! Yeah, that'll do
Must
it.
have a lower
Heavy.
ceiling.
Heavy, but not that heavy. That plasma. Oh, uh-oh. Did it?
No.
Did we break the game?
The game
break
said
Rex?
go. Oh, it didn't kick us, but that's weird. Did it kick you?
Oh no, I still see the screen.
I reloaded it. Did it work for you? No.
Nah.
Okay, it must have kicked you. I think it kicked you, and then it just was. That's weird. Okay, that's fine.
All right, 1 second.
I'll reload.
Let me force exit it. That's probably what's going on.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had a hard crash. Okay, I'm gonna have to reboot entirely. One
Same.
second. We had too much epic going on there.
Too many custom assets, and the game says go fuck yourself.
And they want us to put more into this? They're crazy.
Is there people? This might be controversial, but is there people behind the scenes like bringing up AI and modding?
I haven't really seen it in our scene, thankfully. And I hope it stays away. The only thing I might kind of lean in on, where it's like, would be, I'm not so opposed to using it to like upscale some textures, or
Yeah.
I saw some really cool tech that was actually making it so that the model would actually like, it would visually see animations, wouldn't actually be pulling animation files itself, but the program would see things being done like in mocap essentially, or or game animations being brought to life, and it would scan those and recreate it on a actual rig. Where it's like, okay, stuff like that actually could be practical and neat, but to actually like, you know, create movesets or to make environments and stuff, it's like no.
Well, I just saw like a really interesting thing brought up. I think it was Applewin just now. Hold on, let me. Oh fuck. Yeah, Applewin just said, I just realized the next Smash speculation cycle will be full of AI fake leaks. I had to pause there. And then Splice said AI generated ZSS jiggle physics. And I mean, people got mad at fucking changing Pyra up or whatever the fucking mods. I don't. It's gonna be fucking cooked. I'm sure. I don't know, but who fucking knows if the AI integrates with those mods? But I'm sure people are gonna fucking try it. I'm sure it's like it's probably maybe not coming now, but probably down the road. I don't fucking know, but like I was experimenting with AI with texture work, like you said. Like it is actually like very interesting how it can make a texture like I asked like casino floor like texture, and it like made them, and I was like, god damn, what the fuck. I need more gooning stuff. Oh god, yeah, I mean, you can make gooning shit like fucking that industry's gonna be fucked. But I don't know, some of it I'm like, wow, this is kind of cool and intuitive, I guess, but it's obviously not like the greatest quality stuff right now, but it's still like you know, texture work at least. It's like it's you see the potential, but it's like I don't know where the fuck this could go, really, that type of thing. It's like
yeah, I am nervous though, just because it is not only is it so easy to utilize, if people already complained about things being oversaturated before AI was a problem, now it's worse.
Oh yeah, well, not just that, it's gonna change everything probably. I don't fucking know. It's really I'm sure some of it is hype, like on some level. It's definitely these people like they want to make money off of it really fucking bad, but it's also at the same time these models are like weekly becoming crazier and crazier. Like someone just drops like footage that looks like Sam Raimi like shot it of like Spider-Man versus Carnage, you know, and the movie industry is gonna be fucked up probably the most.
I saw that too. But
yeah.
It does make me wonder a little bit, just because I was watching that just out of curiosity. And it's like so much of it felt wrong. Oop, I just wrote myself there.
I was like what the fuck do
felt,
we think?
the punches felt very like rubbery. Just didn't feel like there was
any impact. It didn't look perfect, obviously, but it's weird. Crazy that you can make that with a fucking prompt. People are saying the future is like the ideas are gonna have to be the future, but at that point, who is gonna own all the ideas? Like that, like I don't know. I'm just thinking of like all the horrendous shit like companies like Disney would do with this like level of power and shit. Like I don't know. I'm like, Congress ain't doing anything about it right now, but are they gonna be like, this is too powerful? Like like I don't know. Are people gonna own this? Because it literally is gonna change everything. But I don't know. I'm not against it though. At the same time, I'm not like, because I feel like when you're against it, you're like kind of living in the past in some ways, but not against it where like I hate it, but like and like I'm like nihilistic about it. But I'm definitely not like, how do I say it? They're already doing with AI. Oh god, yeah, they're probably like, people have said that there probably are speeches that could be like completely AI. Like, you know what I mean? Like that we won't even know. Who fucking knows? The more you think about it, the more existential it becomes. But at a certain point, you have to realize it is also outside of your hands. It's kind of not really. It's just kind of the way it is, you know. So, in a way, maybe it'll work itself out. That's what I'm kind of trying to be optimistic, I guess. But that's just me.
I meant to aim it. No, I'm okay.
Wee.
Nope. Uh-oh.
In a way, it's like, I'm like kind of like, damn, what if it's gonna be crazy if one day we just type in prompts and it makes a fucking, I don't know, a file where you're just like importing you import Master Chief and he's like over Samus or some shit. Or, like I don't know. I don't fucking know if that's ever
Scary thought.
Yeah.
And it kind of makes me sad just because I'm a guy who likes the process as much as the end result. I don't care how awesome something will look if there's like no effort that actually goes into it.
Yeah. I'm sure it, like at first it probably won't be that like people who make it the way they want to make it, like they're gonna have more of a vision and more of a, you know what I mean, like then type like I feel like, I don't know, typing the prompt might be like strong in some situational moments, but then at a certain point it's probably gonna go the direction of like, it's like now I create everything with this. I don't know, who fucking knows. But
which at that point I would argue it's no longer really a creation anymore because technically by that same token you're no longer making the stuff. You're more like a client asking the computer to make it for you.
Yeah.
Like how you would if you were asking a person to make something for you. Like for example, I had Punch Deck make the incredible music that you hear in Rex, whether it be the menu theme,
Yep.
1 or 2, or some of the other stuff, the Halo remix. It was all made by him. Like he used FL Studio to actually create all the instrumentations and to put the arrangement together, but he did that on his own. Now you have like, what's it, like Suno or whatever it is that prompts for you. And it's like, well, you're not even making it anymore. The computer is just pulling whatever it can from whatever it's got fed into it, basically. So, you know, you're not like humming the melodies yourself or trying to figure it out.
yeah.
Computer's pulling whatever it has available and stuff. So, you're just a client now asking the computer to do the thing for you.
And it's gonna be weird. I actually don't know if this will be like, this ain't trying to be too nihilistic, but I feel like it's gonna be owned by corporations and they're gonna put it behind a giant paywall. That's how like I don't think this is gonna be like, right now we're in the wild west of it where like no one has ownership of it and it's just like made just because. You remember the internet was like that? Like growing up? It was the wild west. Yeah. There was no ads on YouTube.
That's also why I'm able to play a game like Pack Guy, because once upon a time, something like that could exist.
Yes. The forums were completely different. They didn't have ads all over them, unless there was like the person who on the website just trying to earn ad revenue off of it. Like that was it. It was like a different... Yeah. I think we're in that right now for AI, where it's like, it's gonna be the most, like it's kind of fucked up how much shit you can do with it. It's like really, it's like fucking insane, and they're gonna try to control that. I think immediately. So.
Oh yeah, it's already starting to happen.
Like what's stopping somebody from putting it behind a giant paywall and being like, whatever, like. Like people are having AI girlfriends and shit, and I know that's a thing. Like, they're gonna put that behind a paywall? They're gonna be like, oh, you want that? $1,000 bucks.
Stuff already is.
Yeah, I know.
Like even the people doing a lot of their better, whatever you want to call it, prompts, are having to spend money on a subscription service to even do any of that stuff.
Yeah, it's all...
Someone else is already benefiting from it at the end of the day.
And this is where it probably becomes Black Mirror at that point, because that show, like, kind of goes over this, where it's like, what if we made, like, you know, you wanted upgrades to yourself, but there's, like, ads and shit. Like, you gotta, like, there's, like, you know, like, oh, we made, like, progress, and people can... Like, there's all these benefits or whatever, and then people just there's, like, ads everywhere, or you start saying the ads, or, I don't know, you have to watch the fucking screen with your 2 eyes, and it watches you to make sure you're consuming the ad and shit, and it's, like...
Yeah.
It gets more dystopian.
Yeah, and more like, is this really what we wanted?
Yeah. It's fucking weird, but, hey, that's what it is, so...
Trying to make the best out of a really scummy, messed up situation, basically.
Right.
Whew. Nope. Speaking of dash attacks that kill.
Fucking, yeah, Sephiroth.
Sephiroth.
So the next version of Rex is going to be called version 1, correct? That's what I've heard.
Next, like, actual release would be that, because this was 0. Yeah, next big heavy hitting release would be 1.
That's cool. Hell yeah, man.
And then 2, and then however numbers
69.
we can squeeze in before the
6,
plug
7.
is pulled, basically.
I can't wait for 6, 7.
Oh no. I pray we don't exist that long.
At that point, there's AI characters. I can add myself finally. I've been always trying to get myself in Rex, but I get cut out last minute. I have Zach though.
Yeah, we had to replace you with Chief.
I had
Can't
to
believe
replace.
we did that.
Yeah, I was fucking mad. I was mad about that. Check hashtag media. How about check hashtag? Okay, hold on. Let me make sure this is appropriate. Oh, people made their own list. That's cool. Okay, Ivy made their own list of like. Hold up.
They're cooking.
Their very own like the goats. Okay, goats. Wolf. Ike. Yeah, thank you. No one likes ice climbers and Yoshi. Damn. Needs work. Ganon Puff. Interesting. I could see that too. And Pikachu. Interesting. Luigi's and swag. Okay, maybe I need to step my game up. Hey daddy, I miss you. Stop. I'm not your daddy. I'm your husband, not your boyfriend, not anything like that. And I'm not gonna pretend to be you. Miss talking that I get, and you can say that without needing to try to force the role onto me that I won't take. Take a breath. Drop the title. Talk to me like a normal person. Is this AI? Oh god.
What?
So you're here now. What do you actually want to say? That's probably some AI shit. I mean, the movie Her is gonna happen where people are dating. That's gonna happen. They're dating.
I already knew we were cooked.
They're dating. They're gonna date Grok. There's probably gonna be. They
already
already are trying to like make humanoid models of like of whatever the fucking AI like robot is that has Grok in it, and it would basically would mimic a person.
I mean, and here's the thing: it's not for the sake of benefiting or like improving mankind. It's for the sake of putting money in people's pockets. Like,
yeah.
There's nothing in good faith happening here.
Hey daddy, I miss you, says Splice. Yeah, it's I would say try to avoid that the best you can. That's to everyone in chat. If you can, I'm not saying it's gonna be probably really alluring, but it's gonna be weird because it's gonna be like normalized. Just popped in. Is Grok coming to Rex? Yes, it's me. No, but we were talking about like if you could use that shit to make characters, and it's Neural made an interesting video where he talks about it like using AI for games, and I was like, well, if it's coming to games, what about for mods and shit? And it seems like right now for games, it's only people are gonna want the human element, I think, for a while, at least for now. But I think for some of the things like socializing, because people are naturally because of technology, they're naturally not as socialized as probably other generations. So it's gonna be very alluring, for us, a lot of our generations, and I don't know if we can avoid that probably is best, because I just imagine it being used in a dystopian fashion. Her ends with I think in a similar way where you realize everyone was dating a lot of people were dating the smartphone app, like Scarlett Johansson, whatever. And I think at the end it's the guy realizes there's other people out there. He realizes that he just kind of moves on, and then he just realizes, oh fuck, there's people that exist, and that's what we got to do as well. For now, there's people. You know what I mean? You try to do that. Try to go be around people.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day, the only thing that's really going to save us from the worst case scenario is ourselves.
Yes.
But if we allow it to happen, then yeah, it is inevitable. And it always begins with a choice. I just shot your belly armor.
I was also gonna bring up. There's a melee tournament in. That was a good read.
Ooh.
There's a melee tournament in Chicago. I don't know if people in chat heard about it. Like HBox was making it into like a big thing. But if anyone's like going to that, let me know. I forgot.
That sounds fun.
I forgot what it's called. Oh my god, it's like something 5. It's in March, and HBox was like saying this should be a major now since there's like less majors these days, and they're like, why don't we just all go? And I was like, that's literally closer to where I live, so I could make that like I could maybe go if people like if there's a PM. If there's like a PM bracket in a hotel room, I could maybe like want to go to that, and it's like close to where I live.
Bracket.
Yeah, it's Spice. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know if anyone else is going. I thought it was in Florida. No, it's in Chicago. HBox is already on the sign up list. It's called something ball or something. I have to look it up. Hold up. After this, I'll look it up. But it's
like,
something 5.
Monty first.
Yeah. the match. It's something 5. Oh wow, that K-Rool band. Chicago.
If I was Chief, I could have done that instead of Samus.
Out of the blue. This one. I don't know if they're having a melee bracket. Here, hold up. But if anyone in chat is going or whatever, let me know. I don't know. I might show up. I don't know. Who knows? Daredevil ad. Ooh. Daredevil Born Again. I'm getting an ad for that? Oh, they know what I like. Holy shit.
They understand me. The algorithm is
what the fuck?
well.
Adblock is supposed to block that shit. But yeah, it's called Out of the Blue 5. That's like close to where I live and stuff. And 247 people. It's basically a fucking major now. So I don't know if there's gonna be a P+ bracket, but if people are going to that, let me know.
Yeah, people should go hit up HBox and force him to play Rex because he is aware of its existence now, thanks to Mewtwo King.
Wait, who? HBox?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, P knows, at least on a very surface level, now knows of Rex's existence.
What happened?
He popped up during M2K's birthday stream when he was playing Rex. Got to see firsthand some Sub-Zero action and some Chief action.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. I don't know how long he stuck around and watched, because, yeah, M2K was actually playing it.
Who was he playing?
Unfortunately, just CPU. He was having connection issues like nobody's business, kept desyncing.
Oh, I mean, like, what characters?
He played Chief, he played Deathborn. He knows who Deathborn is, because he actually played F-Zero a lot, so... Played Deathborn, Chief, Sub-Zero, Giant Jigglypuff, Shadow,
Giant
Super Shadow.
Jigglypuff? The fucking
yeah, he did that.
I thought that was banned.
He did it just to show it off. He's like, HBox, look, I found your main.
Oh, wow, that's funny. Oh, so HBox was actually listening the whole time.
He was in the chat, at least at a certain point for a little while there.
Wow. Huh.
So
Yeah.
he's at least aware of
He's
its
aware of
existence,
some of these, yeah. He's aware.
So people need to just
HDR, I know,
walk
he's
up to
aware.
him now with like their Steam Deck or something and be like, look at this, he didn't play.
He was active in PM for a bit. People forget about that. I don't know if Ridley... You know, I said in a video I'm about to upload, I was like, Ridley's fine after the nerfs, and then now I'm like, I don't... Does he still need nerfs? I don't know. Depends on like how people want to go. How do they want to buff and nerf the game? Has anyone watched the new Game of Thrones show? If anyone in chat, I haven't watched it yet, but I don't know if people are into that.
Oh, I did that to myself. No HBO for me. But I'm happy that Tubi is picking up the slack.
What's on there?
Oh, they're actually putting all the actual like Cartoon Network shows that HBO completely let slip from their fingers.
Which one?
I'm so looking forward to watching Billy and Mandy again after all these years.
I did see Iron Lung. Do you know that one? The
Markiplier movie.
Yeah. I was actually like surprised like how good it was. Considering like Hollywood was like, fuck this guy. Like, they were trying to make it negative for whatever reason, even though, like, it's somebody making their own, like, passion project. Like, who gives a fuck if he's outside of your Hollywood town? Like, isn't Tubi the home of shitty low-budget movies? I have no idea. You'd have to ask Monty that. I don't fucking know. But maybe they changed it up recently. But
I've seen a little bit of everything on there.
I will say that the Markiplier thing is like good because the industry should have people like without their ideas just creating their own type of thing. It should like it used to be like those movies existed, and then like the superhero schlock that I sometimes like. That exists too to keep the businesses running too, because they're always like, well, maybe not right now, but like they were pretty popular most of the time, so they make money. Tubi is home to the Grinch that stole bitches. I have no idea what I'm not familiar with Tubi.
I'm not familiar with that on there. What you watching, basically?
He might be watching a different version of Tubi. Maybe the.
Yeah, he might have his own.
Yeah.
He might have his own particular watch list, if you know what I mean. Oh, I thought I rolled past it.
Does anyone play Blaziken in bracket?
I didn't see Blaziken tonight, but I have seen Blaziken.
Black Shadow?
Black Shadow as well. I didn't see that tonight, though.
I think Black Shadow's healthy. Grinch
Vanish.
porn? Oh god. Dude, I said this in the beginning of the stream, Monty. I don't know if you play Marvel Rivals. I was like talking about how Marvel Rivals reminds me of Project M.
No.
I know I died. Marvel Rivals reminds me. It's so broken right now. It reminds me of like PM 3.0, where it's like,
oh no,
everything is like fucking crazy, and I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? Like
what happened here?
They'll add characters and they become instantly broken, and people are like, what the fuck are they doing? This is not even viable anymore. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and the current problem with the meta is like far range characters. So like, imagine like zoners like Samus, but they're broken and they're like fast and they're like good. They're actually good at any range, which is like in that game it's important to like have characters that like can get in. Like the brawlers who you would think are like would be good, they're actually not good. They can't stand the chance. Yeah, the hero shooter conundrum. Yes, what's up, Applewind? They're getting, there's like heat right now because the healers are really broken, and the healers are basically like the best. I mean, but you don't want them to be, you want them to be good, but they're like too good, and then it makes the other characters kind of like feel like they're existing in a shit environment. Like I'm trying to play Iron Man, and he is so fucking dog shit. Like I'm like, he's like dog shit as in like he's like tanky, slow, and he dies like fast and easily. And like the best characters like are just like, oh, there you are, snipe, like sniped you 100 feet away, you're dead. Like Phoenix, Hella, and I'm just like, this is like broken as shit. And I'm just like people were complaining about it nonstop, and like most of Marvel Rivals is like talking about it, and the community like made like they made an emergency update. The hero shooter I last played was TF2. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it happens in Overwatch and every game, but like Marvel Rivals is different because it's made from like people that have worked with Overwatch and stuff, and they kind of knew some of the pitfalls to avoid with Overwatch and stuff. Paladins doing healers well, yeah, I agree. Some of them do them well, but it's just they Marvel Rivals put out an emergency update because it was like that bad of a topic where everyone is talking about it, because the new character is literally exactly what I described, where she's literally like killing you, and she has regen health, and she's like running away while her health regenerates, and like killing you instantly far away. And that's the best right now. Those are the best characters, are the far away instant killers. It's kind of interesting, man. I don't know, it's weird to describe, but I see it. I saw it in Project M with Mewtwo, like Project M 3.0. I saw it with, you know, Diddy Kong and all, like, you know, banana shit, and like it's like the same conversation, like different game, you know. It's like so I don't know. I buy skins for Rivals, not too many of them, okay, just some.
Oh, that was it. Ouch.
I love how I actually killed with that. But I buy some skins and I invest in the game a little bit. But I'm like, the characters I want to play are like dog shit. Like it's like I want to play melee Kirby, but I'm playing Iron Man, who's basically like melee Kirby. And there's some characters that are bad, but they're like good maybe casually. Even like Iron Man actually is bad, even if you want to play him fucking casually. I'm trying to like, like I'm like basically like I like him. Like I like the base of the character. It's just like you're playing like melee Bowser. Like you're like, ugh, like everyone else is so much better. You know what I mean? I don't know if you've ever been there.
Whew. Oh man, I've still been meaning to get into it. Just try it out.
It's free, so you don't have to like invest in the gacha shit. But it's like actually a good game if I'm fucking playing it. That's how I see it. At first, I didn't like it until. Honestly, dude, I gotta thank you for getting me into Daredevil. He is my favorite character of all time. Not just in that game, but in general. If I did like a tier list for fun of Marvel characters, Daredevil is my favorite hero. Like, Doom is my favorite villain. Daredevil is because I put that show on back burner like for so long, and then I just was like, okay, finally, just do it. I fell in love with him because he's so grounded and like badass, and I can't wait for season 2 of that show. But when they added him to Rivals, I was like, shit, I gotta fucking play this game. And yeah, he's my main. He's my DPS main. I main Emma too, Emma Frost, who's like my tank. And I was playing Gambit, but Gambit is a healer. He is absolutely broken, but I feel like in that game you have to know Gambit because he's like, he's so broken. He's like the Fox. I don't even know if Fox is like he's like Fox on crack. Like but he heals himself. If you don't play the game, you know what I'm talking about. But he's like a character where like he is so good, he is meta defining, and people like NetEase they actually released an emergency patch, and they were like, look, there will be a bigger patch. Like don't worry, like this is just like the cherry on top for now. Oh, very nice.
Yeah.
This is the cherry on top for now, and I like the more obscure characters they keep adding. You know, I'm not gonna lie, I was afraid they were only doing obscure characters, but Angela is pretty fucking cool. I'm sure that's what you're talking about, right? Angela is a Thor sister, and she's actually got a pretty badass moveset, I'm not gonna lie. But they are adding more obscure characters. Like it's leaked kind of what characters are coming, like people know because they data mine the game. Like it's gonna be Black Cat next, which is the Spider-Man girl, and they've teased this. This is very much happening next month. It's probably Black Cat, and then White Fox, which is like I don't know who the fuck that is. I'm just like, but she was leaked. She was in the data for the game for a long time, so that means they've been holding some characters have been in there for a while. They've been just testing them nonstop, which is how it is. But I like the more obscure picks, and Gambit and Angela. Well, not necessarily Gambit. But Angela is obscure, and Elsa Bloodstone is also kind of obscure, even though she was in Werewolf by Night, which I actually forgot she was even in that shit. But that's what I mean is like some of these characters, like you don't think they have potential, and then you see it's like Smash, like Game & Watch. I'm like, what the fuck is this character gonna do? And then I'm like, actually, that's a cool moveset, or oh, like blah blah blah. Like I didn't think of that for that direction for that character, and it's like, it puts you in a different mind state. I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. It just takes the right people, the right character, and things start happening.
Yeah, 100%. I'm gonna play Banjo.
Blasphemy.
I actually like a lot of that. This is Bottles, right?
Yeah, one of them was supposed to be, but one of them's also supposed to be Conquer.
Oh, this one, right?
I believe so, yeah.
I like the black and white one because that's just like honest content colors, but also this is like a Smash Ultimate skin too, kind of. I'm pretty sure.
Yep. Polar Bear Banjo.
Is there changes you guys have thought for Banjo? For Rex?
Oh yeah, definitely. He does a lot of stuff a little too good.
Finally, I can say that openly. No, no, but yeah, he's free. He's like really fucking. The ultimate version is a lot more stiff and like kind of 64 coded, where this one is like like I said, it's kind of like what we were talking about, where it's like they're just like, let's make it all like based from the games, like, and just go all out. But it does kind of make them a little too this side B, and like, can he do both? Oh, he can't. Okay, good.
He can up B and then side B.
Oh, he can up B and side B. Holy shit. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, his recovery is pretty fucking insane. That move is also very. I'm just like, holy shit, this move is strong. It's a lot of range.
That too.
Yeah. Forward air. Yeah, some of the moves, like when they hit you, you're pretty much fucking dead. Like, he's like, kind of that coded. Wee.
Ooh, got it.
Is there anything like on your mind for Rex? Version 1 of Rex, the next version.
Oh yeah, I got ideas. I got some neat ideas. I
just
hope they can actually happen. Oh yeah, I forgot you can slide off with that dash attack too.
Yep.
Who am I? Donkey Kong character? Oh gosh. It's all good. Maybe. Oh, I did that too high.
Ah, no, I shouldn't have did that so optimistically.
Oh, I did. Oh, I screwed up there too. I was supposed to let go, but I didn't.
I hope one day, like, I know you mentioned Conquer. That's my hope. I feel like if I keep praying, oh come on, that's so bad. I know one day it's like a lot of people want them, but
oh yeah, I'm okay. No.
Is there like a philosophy? Right. Oh, that's a kill move. Wow. Is there like a philosophy for the meta for you guys for the one?
Depends. Just see whether or not we actually go with the direction. Because after we do what we have planned in the near future, still have something hotfix related to address a couple of issues now. We want to go dark during one development so we can focus on it, not have too many people going off like, oh, is this going to get added? Is this going to get added? It's like, nope, just gotta wait. Got cool stuff happening.
Oh, you're not gonna... Is that gonna be after 1 or 4-1? Version 1?
4-1, specifically.
Gotcha.
Like, I want to go dark so we can focus all of our effort into doing the really cool stuff that we have in mind.
So 1 is gonna... I'm stupid. So 1 is gonna be a big version, it sounds like.
Oh yeah, just like how 0 was a very big version for being a 0 build.
Right.
Look at all this. Look at all this stuff we crammed in here.
Will there be more Zardonic in the trailers? I don't know what that means.
Oh, that's that artist that did the takeover.
Oh, the music guy, right?
Yeah.
My bad.
It's like, maybe, but, I mean, also got Punch Deck. The chicken is here.
The goat. My soul character.
Shiny chicken.
I remember I didn't like him at first, and I was wrong. I was like, but I still want more. I still like, ugh. I know it's kind of the out.
I want more.
Yeah, it's like, it was the right move for this patch, but I don't know where I don't know where you guys are going though, like balance wise. Is it like, it sounds like if you're doing what you've told me, where it's like you thought about like changing all the characters, like if that's the case, then I don't fucking know where the meta is gonna go. You know what I mean? Is it gonna be like, but like I'm uploading a stream highlight on Wednesday of like the stream where I talked about like who I think should be buffed and nerfed, and obviously Louis was number 1 on the nerf list for obvious reasons, because hey, fuck Louis. But I was like interested in like where, like, how is it gonna feel? Is it gonna be its own thing, or like you said, where like maybe every character is unique, even the veterans, or is it gonna be like more P plus pilled, where it's a little bit more toned down, I guess, or whatever. I don't know. to each their own. Like it's your own, it's guys' own thing, right? So you guys are probably having those conversations, but I'm always intrigued, like where how things evolve, you know.
Mm-hmm. And that's also what makes it fun, because it gives you more to look forward to, more what ifs.
Yeah. Oh god, I do that. That's what I got.
Ooh, that chicken's angry. Oh! Now that's a taunt. That was actually a conversation I was having with someone recently who actually had real taunts. Because a lot of people, you know, when it comes to like taunts, their favorite taunts are usually the references that characters do in their taunts. But sometimes it's nice to just have a straight up, this is a character insulting you by what he's doing.
Right.
Like the most taunty taunt that I can think of that's vanilla is probably Peaches.
Oh yeah, did I win? But that's her win. Isn't that her win?
Oh, I mean the taunt, the one where she goes like la la la.
That one. that one.
That is a taunt.
Yeah.
Like...
Well, her. Oh my god. Oh my god. Fucking Blaze.
You know what? I want to show it off now. Because this is just I like characters that have real taunts. Like a reference is fun. Mario becoming big like a super mushroom, or doing the dying animation or whatever. It's neat. But characters that actually have like a full blown like I'm rubbing salt in the wound.
I forgot those skins exist. Did you guys add that recently? That's not in PM.
Yeah, we did. Nope.
Is there more examples of this? I saw this. I double ticked. I didn't know this was in the game. I was like, oh, that's Daisy. That's actually the skin I use. Is there more examples of this?
Melee alts. Were there other characters we added? Some I gotta remember.
They actually don't look bad at all.
Yeah, the melee design actually translated pretty well. Yeah, but just that's a taunt. This is the sort of thing that makes you mad when someone just took you like for a ride and then was just like,
well, Sonic's you're too slow
was also a really good one in Brawl.
They toned it down. That's how iconic it was. I don't know if you know that.
Sonic Speed.
Yeah. They took out all the fucking like the mean shit in that, and they're like, that was definitely Nintendo probably being like, that stuff's mean and toxic, because it kind of was, but it was like the only like kind of subtly rude shit. But the Fire Emblem characters roast each other in their windscreens. You know that, right? I love that.
Oh yeah.
Star Fox, I actually like that. I wish that like the more natural stuff, because it is kind of like they do kind of talk shit in Fire Emblem. Like if you read the dialogue, if they beat you, it's like aha bitch, like whatever they say, like I knew that was coming. You know, like I like that. Like the Sonic games did that, and people were fucking popping off. Remember that? The Sonic racing game was adding. I'm gonna get destroyed, but I was like, fuck it, I want to play Mass Manny. I don't care how bad he is. Oh, did you guys add these for him?
Oh yeah, you got some new Mass Man alts, I believe.
Whoa.
Although they might have been in remix, the ones with him wearing the monster. Can't remember.
Chimera. I played Mother 3.
Thank you.
Score on the board for Zach. I knew that one. I might have not, Earthbound I never beat, which is funny because I made Ness. I did play Earthbound, but I'm a fucking fraud. I know. I didn't beat my own main in this game.
We're all posing in our own way.
I just want to play everything, damn it.
Oh, lie.
There was a show. Okay, it was Iron Fist. It was so dog shit, I was watching it in times 2 speed. I was like, this is so bad. I was in at first, and then it got really bad. I was like, this is becoming MCU homework. I gotta fast forward. I fast forward through that show. Because I instantly was like, this is dog shit. And I feel like sometimes with games, I'm like, I wish I could just fast forward and just play through. I want to play all these games. In fact, like, just fucking like experience. I want to fucking experience some of these fucking games sometimes. Not in a bad way, like they're bad. But I just want to play them.
Oh yeah, speaking of the taunts.
Oh, Mass Man only has one taunt.
Yeah, I still gotta fix that at some point too. But yeah, I want every character to have, like, if we could ever have like 4 taunts on all the D-pad directions, I would love every character to have a at least one button where they do a legitimate, like, I'm baiting you. You need bait, because this is bait.
Applewin said, I feel like I'm the only guy that actually drops shows because of the dialogue. Yeah, if the dialogue, it's not just the dialogue for me, it's the acting and the writing and like I found out later that the first season of Iron Fist was made by the director of the worst seasons of Dexter, and I was like, that makes sense.
Like, oh, that explains it.
Yeah, and I've watched Dexter, I've watched the worst seasons of that show, and I skipped them. I did the same exact thing. I actually skipped them because that's how bad they were, and I felt it. Like obviously Dexter is iconic. First season, 4 seasons are amazing, but then after that it's like, and I even watched like New Blood. That was kind of bad, but the newest one was amazing that they did recently. I was like, I'm back, baby. I love Dexter now. I'm back in it. But that's what I mean. Like good writing and a good like you can tell they fucking they're like, okay, let's actually cook, please. Let's not do this for a fucking paycheck. Let's cook and think about the longevity of the brand. And that's how you make something good. Yes. That's the at least the heart has to be in it. The heart has to be in it. Resurrection was unbelievably good. Thank you. I agree. It was so fucking good. Sorry, I'm just like I don't know why I chose Masked Man. I just wanted to like see his taunts. And I was like, oh, he only has 2 or 3 taunts. At
least Lynn has 3 taunts again, or finally.
I was happy about that as a fellow Lynn fan, which people were like, who's Lynn? This is Lynn. This is the character that was going to potentially be in Project Plus and Project M. But she's in this game.
She's here. Everyone's here.
Yeah, everyone is here.
Almost. We're almost there. Crazy to think there's not too many official characters yet, which is also another thing to thinking about. It's like when we were debuted with Rex, we only had 1 backport with all the new characters that we introduced.
Who was that?
Just Incineroar. Everything else we brought into the fold: Shovel Knight, Old Bad Guy, Chief, Squall.
Oh, with Rex.
All custom Pyramid.
Yes, it was Incineroar. So that means maybe more, right? Well, you guys have been working on Steve. That's not even like a hot take. That's just what y'all have been working on, right? Steve and...
Things are happening.
I know Greninja's coming because I was told that. I leaked that in one of my videos that he's very, very close to making it.
And then, of course, Mega Man's public now, so...
Oh, that was the exact version you guys were experimenting with?
Oh, that public...
Yeah.
I mean, now that they're out there, anyone's got fair game to them, so...
Yeah, okay, so it is that version. Interesting. I'm salivating for the Miis. Can there be a mod with a bunch of stupid alts? How about we remove the alloys and you can make the Miis have their spot?
Yep, gotta replace those slots and make some room.
Yeah, fuck the alloys. I never want to see them again.
It's gonna hurt.
Oh my god.
Nope. Just gonna wait it out. No. Oh, nice. There it is. The almighty dash.
I was trying to get around that.
Imagine.
I saw, yeah.
Like
when
that.
I see you running, I'm like, he's trying to cook that.
Like I want the good one. Dang it, give me the good dash. I want the one that takes stocks. Oh no. He denied me. Oh no. Oh, Chief hurt.
Is this stage legal? I feel like this would be a very easy legal stage. It's like kind of like Delphine.
Yeah. It could be.
Ah.
At the end of the day, it's all about, do people like the layouts, blast zones, stuff like that.
I heard in the Julian Mario video, you guys were did you guys say you were working on something behind the scenes or something? I don't know if it was Rex.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of stuff being worked on behind
project.
the scenes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. The fun ain't stopping. Not until Nintendo pulls the plug on
Is it a
us.
secret? Oh, is it? It's Smash related.
Oh yeah.
Cool. Is it like a separate mod?
Nah. Like, if there's anything being worked on outside of Rex, that's probably not related to me in this case.
Ah.
Oh, dang. Here, have a present.
No. Stay away from me, motherfucker.
You shielded, dang it. Spoiling my fun. Ah. It's like, fine. It won't stick to you. I got other plans.
No.
Ooh.
Do since you're like kind of the head guy on Chief, is there anything you want to tone down or make better?
Linking hitboxes are always just going to be a problem with this engine. Sometimes, I
Oh.
totally understand the frustration of up tilt not connecting all the time.
Yeah, this engine was not built for that. Brawl did not. That was like a heavier emphasis in Smash 4 and Ultimate.
Yep, especially Ultimate.
Jabs. I mean, you mentioned that where like what if we added multiple hit jabs? You mentioned that to me one time.
'Cause even those aren't going to function one-to-one like how they do in the new.
Yeah. Is that like a big thing, or
Whew.
is it for some of the characters that you might plan on adding, like rapid jabs, or removing them?
Yeah, possibly. When the time comes, we're going to be toying around with certain ideas. What is going to be good, what needs a little more time, more testing too for certain things. Alley-oop.
Oh, what's your idea for the character select screen too, since there's going to be a lot of characters?
Well, for now, just keep sticking them on there and hoping they fit.
I didn't know if there was any
no.
like upgrades to that.
And at the moment, there's not really too much to work with there.
I wonder what Smash Ultimate will do. Smash Ultimate 2 or whatever the fuck they're working on. The next game.
Oh no. Oh.
Does that actually kill me? Holy shit. That is a crazy angle.
I am the chief.
Someone's got a code for a scroll bar. Oh, really?
Yeah. Could be an option. Like having all this scroll through. But even then, though, CSS does stutter with having this many slots. So it might go crazy having all that stuff loaded. You have to probably find a way to load and unload certain elements.
Oh, God. What if, like...
Let's see.
What if, like, every Mario character was under one slot? Like a fighting allies? And, like, it's like that's how you did it?
Have a scroll down menu.
Yeah, you're just like, oh, I want to be a Pikmin character? Okay. That would be probably, whatever, confusing, but whatever. Sometimes I think of this shit.
Let's see. Probably go a couple more. That way Splice can still get his Pokemon on tonight.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Is Splice still here? I don't know if he left.
He's probably like, forgot about me.
Fuck
He doesn't
this
love
shit.
me anymore.
I've given Splice plenty of attention. Oh, he's here. Okay, what do you want to play after this, Splice? After these last couple? Let me know what. Yeah, let me know what.
More after
what
this
game.
one.
Ah!
Should have been Sonic in the Black Knight, eh?
Captain America has a skin in Marvel Rivals that literally looks like the Black Knight. They're adding it. I was like, this is literally Fire Emblem pilled. Like, I was like, it's literally just him in giant black armor, and I'm like, they stole from Fire Emblem.
They took from my boy.
I just noticed Shadow is a different role. Like, his role animation is like different. They went that I was already content with him previously. I'm just like, yeah, that. Holy fuck, bro.
He's doing some showboating.
If Shadow gets added to the next Smash game, which is probably possible at this point. Oh, you want to play Project Plus? You don't want to play Pokemon?
Oh.
Alright.
I throw too.
Was
Getting
this
tossed like a hacky sack.
was this the same dev who worked on Shadow for all those years, or is this different people?
Different people. Fireless was the one that did a lot of the Shadow stuff that was more well known during the XP eras, because there were other people that did Shadows throughout the years. Ultra did a really neat video covering the history of Shadow modding.
I didn't see that.
Cool. I'll DM it to you. It's pretty neat. Yeah, nice deep dive into like the very first mods that ever started in Brawl. Like
I know they were Shadow. Yeah, for me, the first one I ever played was well, wasn't it like a Marth mod that was like I feel like people were modding like Marth or some shit like back in the day. Like, oh, what if Cloud was in Smash and it was literally piss yellow texture on Marth's hair. You know, it was like, this is Marth. Oh, we got Roy. It's Roy at home, and it's Roy just with, like, it's literally like a Roy recolor, like on Marth, and it's not even like those ghetto model changes. There's no model. It's literally a recolor. But
it's a recolor.
The ones that I played back in the day were with Ganondorf having a sword, which is really funny because of what we talked about today. But it was literally the sword item glued to his hands. And it did feel like a different character if you think about it. Like, if you always had the sword in your hands, you have those sword animations that people forget about, like every character has. Those, like, weird-ass item animations. And some of them are actually really unique. And Ganon's are probably one of them, where it's like, oh, yeah, it's kind of cool, I guess, you know? Whatever. Alright, I'll move to Splice, but yeah, GG's, though. GG's, man. GG's.
It was fun.
Is Splice? What'd you want to do? You got to choose one, Pokemon or PM, whatever you want.
And if you don't know, you got to flip a coin.
Yeah, you got to flip a coin. You're getting this. The conversation became a much. I was like, fuck it, just cook on this idea. Don't stop. That's how I saw it. Flips coin. There's literally a flipping coin in Google.
If you guys had a pink gold Peach to Rex, oh come on, we don't want to make people more mad.
They do have her in P+. You guys don't know that? She exists. If Peach grabs the metal item, she becomes pink gold Peach. You guys fucking don't remember that? That's also technically existed in Mario Kart 7, right? And that's not a PM idea. Like, that's not a Brawl idea.
Yeah, that was also a new thing, because wasn't pink gold is also after 2008.
Yeah, that's Mario Kart 7 on the 3DS.
Yep, we got more future stuff in the old game.
That's what I'm saying. Like, can we just like do some things here and there, case by case? You want Pocket Monster? All right, let's do it then. I'll load up Showdown, and then we'll close it out with that. Pokemon.
There you go.
Showdown. You can still say what you want. I'm sure you got a lot of shit going on with Rex that could be you can tell the people about.
Considering the timing, it's actually going to be kind of good to wind down for me pretty quick here.
Okay, gotcha.
I will say though that obviously we do got something in the works in the very near future. Got one more update for you guys to enjoy before we kind of go off the grid, as it were, as we work behind the scenes on the next big thing for Rex.
Hell yeah.
But we know you've been waiting a bit, so it'll definitely be worth the wait as we, spend our time on the next big thing.
Is it going to be as long of a wait as Rex to
I sincerely hope not. I hope it is way quicker by comparison. Won't be going through as much growing pains in the background as we're trying to get locked in for the next big one.
Right.
Part of the reason Rex took as long as it did was people were waiting for a 0.96 or whatever of the next remix update, and then all of a sudden they got the bombshell that the project was coming to an end.
Mm-hmm.
So,
gotcha.
And a lot of stuff that made its debut in Rex was originally going to be remix stuff. Chief, Rock, those are two characters being cooked up behind the scenes during remix development.
Yeah.
I still have old concept pieces that have the remix branding on it too when we were conceptualizing his moveset.
Mm. Wow.
Yep. So hopefully not nearly as long. And a lot of the stuff we were cooking behind the scenes during those development periods are pretty close to being finished anyways, so
Very
yeah,
nice.
hopefully we'll be out much sooner.
Right on. Splice, if you want to send me the invite, honest content. Yeah, so whatever you did last time to just join, you can hit me up. I'm ready.
There you go. Actually, before I bounce though, I will quickly grab that link I was talking about to that history of Shadow.
Oh yeah, send that. Yeah, you can DM me.
Yep, doing that right now. I kind of hope that Ultra will actually make kind of a series out of it, because I like doing. I'm actually really hoping that he'll cover some other characters that have had like weird histories. Cause
like Sephiroth.
Well, I mean, like, even if there's not enough material to make a full-length video for one character, you could easily like mismatch a Cloud Sephiroth duo video, because both of them have already had existing stuff before anything official ever got ported.
Right.
Like, yeah, there was that old PSA of Cloud way back in the day, before even the Sephiroth one, and then we got the Sephiroth one that was in remix for a while. So yeah, I'd like to see him do more videos like that. Just be like, this is when this character first debuted in the modding scene, when so-and-so made it. Then years later, this person made it instead, and made it better, and so on.
Yeah, I think Banjo is kind of like there's a lot of Ridley, like there's a lot of characters that had modded versions, and then
Yep.
they either officially make it, or there's also characters that had been modded for so long. It's like, oh man, there's like so much lore to cover, which Shadow's probably the perfect example. So many, honestly.
Yeah. So, fingers crossed that we get more of these deep dives, because it's also a good way of preserving the history. Because the longer we stick around, like, a lot of that stuff just gets further and further buried back down the timeline. Those yesteryears where all this was brand new are now history. So 100%. It's cool to still have a way to like look back on it and go, oh yeah, that was a thing that was happening when I was still in high school, yet people literally just trying to figure out how to get into the Wii using back-ended techniques and stuff like that.
Homebrew. Yeah.
Yep.
Good times.
I like that. I like having just something to hold on to from that period and to remember it by.
100%.
Yeah, there we go. The history of Shadow.
Yeah, I'll check that out.
Yeah, it's pretty legit. But yeah, so I guess with that though, I'm gonna wind down for the night and get ready for tomorrow.
Appreciate you for coming through on the stream. You guys check out Monty. Yeah, you guys will see. You'll hear more from him and Rex, and yeah.
I gotta start posting some of my own content again. I was gonna birthday stream, and my life's been so crazy I didn't even get around to doing that. So I still gotta do my post older now stream. If I would have done this on my birthday, let's play some Smash Bros.
Yes,
and stuff, hang out.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, well, you all take it easy. I'm glad I was here tonight, and I'll catch you all next time.
Cheers, Monty. Take care, man.
See you later.
Yep. All right, here we are. For those who don't know, I'm fighting Splice. Okay, alright. I actually don't have much for this. This is kind of a bad matchup. Please kill. This would be one more. Oh god, I got critted. And this is already a bad matchup. I guess I could have brought this in earlier, but Rapidash is such a dog shit Pokemon. Chansey? Oh god. I guess I could have used Hitmonlee. I made the wrong decision there. Alright, whatever. Body Slam maybe will take him out. Paralyzed. Ouchies. Ditto doesn't transform turn 1. This is wild. Ah, you got me. Yeah, this is it. Submission. Yep. GG's, man. Well, GG's, Splice. That was a good game. You got me again. I made some wrong decisions there with him on lead, but that's alright. Alright, you guys. I'm gonna close it out as well. This was a good stream. I'll probably clip this up, make it into a video. Discord down below, everyone, if you want to follow the channel. Hopefully you guys have a good night. Take care. Peace.